big things are happening tonight, everybody. So this has been a feature that's been slowly but surely rolling out over the summer and the fall, and I guess now the winter. But basically, by the end of 2021, Twitch kept saying affiliates were gonna get not only more emote slots, but animated emotes. And I got a message a little while ago, as seen. I just took a screenshot of it here, and they said that I get the features today. And I've been saying for like half a year that I wanted to redo the emotes and I wanted to make new ones, like, as soon as I had the opportunity, and I think tonight's the night. So we're gonna be moving some stuff around, we're gonna be making new emotes all together, and I'll be doing all that with my good friend, It's here. Hello.
Hey.
Hi, It's. I'm gonna turn you up a little bit.
Or no one expected me.
I expected you.
Well, okay, you one person expected me.
I mean, I did have the Galaxy Gallery, like the Twitch title. I did say with It's for a little while, so there could have been expectations. I'm gonna try and scroll through all this to not spoil all my art up through February, and hopefully not accidentally open any penises on screen. There we go. So
I always love that's a danger.
Yeah, I'm like trudging through, I'm like sneaking around the fucking pancake landmines. So yeah, I've already sketched out a couple of what I want the new ones to be, but I'm also going to be remaking the old ones, and a few of these I've got ideas for, both big and small. I don't know. Yoshi Lol seems like a good one to start with, but you know, I'm not a fan of how all the current designs look. I think this Keaton one looks particularly dopey, for example, and the line art on the corn is kind of dense. So I don't like those. There's a lot that I don't like here. However, this Yoshi Lull, I'm afraid of pulling like an essay homo, you know? Because it's so perfect, and I don't want to ruin it. But it is simple. It is a good place to start.
It's very scary that you can't recreate the magic.
I never said I can't. I'm just scared of doing so.
If you couldn't recreate, rather, yeah.
Is there a high emote? Alright, so I've been thinking of a few things that I already want to do, as far as the existing emotes go. So I'm going to start moving shit around right now, so if you lose or gain access to certain things temporarily and that's a hassle for you, I'm sorry. But I think the first thing that we're going to do with these is Griffin Suspicion. I'm going to make that from a tier 3 emote into... Can't you just drag these around? Maybe I gotta go back to 100% zoom. Do you have to click this and then recent uploads and then I just click this? No? Oh, hold up. I think if I go here, then I can change the tier to a follower emote. That's how it works. Okay. Well, that's nice that I don't have to re-upload those anymore. So yeah, this is gonna be a follower emote. I think this makes sense because it's like... I think... My problem with follower emotes is that you can only use them in the channel that they're for. You can't use them on other people's channels, and I think with the rest of these sub-emotes, they're pretty universal. This is just like, it's just me, so if you use this on like a stranger, nobody's gonna like care, I don't think. But I'm also going to change Corrin. This is going to be a tier 1 emote now, and... or will it? I don't know. I'd like it to be. I would like for Corrin to be like a high emote, and for Keaton to be like a greater than :3C emote. I think that would give these a bit more of like an emotional use, like a context that you'd want to use these in, aside from me being gay. However, this does give us only 3 remaining slots. I've already got Ultimate Champ from the Discord that I made this for. This might be a tier 2 or a tier 3. And apparently there's like bits emotes too, so we technically have 4 slots on top of these. But I would want to make these like their own, well, not their own thing, but nothing too distinct from what you would already have here, because these have like far more limited uses. So we have 3 open slots for static emotes. So we'll go back over here and we'll look at the gallery again. You'll notice that there are more than 3 here. However, this Sidon one, for example, I think this has a lot of potential to be animated. So I want to come back to this later, and I think that would be really good to, like, use for another purpose. And I'm only going to be able to start off with the 1 animated emote slot, but affiliates can have up to 5, and I don't know what the unlock requirements for them are, but I think as far as static emotes, that leaves us in a good spot. You know what? With all this said, with all this in mind, I think Klonoa Scream Redux is going to be a great place to start. Well, and also I had a hand briefly, but I got rid of it.
Didn't you say you were going to start with Yoshi and then we're like...
I said I was thinking about it because it's simple, but I also want to establish kind of a different style for these emotes, because as far as like the line art on Corrin being too dense goes, I want to make some new techniques that can address problems like these and make them look better at a smaller scale. Because right now, I don't think this, like, if I zoom out really, really far, I think it kind of turns into a mess really quickly. So I just need to think of a new approach. And I have thought of one. But I think I need to figure out what that technique is here tonight. And then once I have a better idea of what I'm doing, then maybe I can take a crack at Yoshi. But I don't think using this as a learning experience, as a testing ground, is, you know, going to be fair to Yoshi Low.
I believe that is a very good analysis of your game plan.
A game explain analysis.
They use the game explain. What do they call it?
The analysis machine, right?
Is it just the? I thought it was like something funnier.
The analysis machine. I think the analysis machine is funny because I also use that as a interchangeable with the word for Andre's mouth.
That's terrifying.
No, it's not. He analyzes a sandwich and he goes, "Let's put this in the analysis machine. Let's take an even closer look."
I was thinking of more sinister things.
Oh.
So I just woke up like a couple minutes ago, actually. Griffin called me about 3 times before he picked up, actually.
I didn't want to call you if it was going to be too late.
Yeah, I didn't hear from you at all today.
This is fair.
It's alright.
I probably woke up to like the equivalent time zone. Like 2 hours ago.
No, like I took a nap so I wasn't sleepy for this.
Oh, I see.
Because I have not been sleeping well.
Oh, yeah.
But,
I've had that too,
I mean,
yeah.
Who does? It's, talking to you is like, you know, of course, you understand about people.
Why, because I put you to sleep?
No, because you don't sleep well.
Oh.
You're literally up at like 7 a.m. my time.
Hey, nobody needs to know that. I'm just comparing the line art thicknesses here. What is really frustrating about Procreate, unfortunately, is that you don't get like a hard PX size. This is like a sliding percentage. So you can be at like 2.1 or 2.9 and it'll just say 2%. So for stuff that needs to scale, I am a little bit worried about that, but you know, this is why I'm gonna break the Klonoa one, and then if it's broken, we'll just find out later.
It's fine. Klonoa is always broken. Emotionally.
Where's the, yeah, I have the original one here. I need to make sure that I, like, leave room in the image for, like, where the stroke is gonna go, which is, unfortunately, also not, like, a native thing that Procreate can do. But yeah, the edges of this are gonna have to be a little bit different as far as the hair goes.
So I know you've talked about it a couple times, but, now that I can talk to you about it personally, how much do you actually really like Procreate over other stuff you've used?
It depends. I've mentioned a little while ago that, like, the layer limit was something that I was, like, was taking a lot of adjusting to. And it is a little bit better, because for a while, the way things had always been with iPad is that no matter how much RAM your device had, any individual app was only limited to using, like, 5 gigs of it. And these M1s go up to 16 gigs. The one I have is only 8, but I couldn't even use any of that. because the operating system didn't let apps do any more than that. That's changed with iOS 15, and Procreate has since updated to accommodate that. So I have like about 10 more layers for the resolution that I do, which is about 4K, 5K. On my MacBook, I did 8K, but I just don't have enough layers to do what I do on my iPad. So I am left wishing I sprung for the 16 gigs, but at the same time, that's like an extra $700 because you can't spec out the RAM separately. You have to get it by buying more storage. And I had like a 256 gig one with 8 gigs of RAM right now. And I think you only get 16 gigs if you buy a terabyte of storage, which is so overkill.
I like a lot of storage personally, but
on like a computer, but I barely used up any. I like even like 10 gigs. I used up. Even on my computer, where I've got like years and years of PSDs and high resolution artwork and all that. Most of my storage is taken up by like my stream VODs, and my computer's a terabyte. But as far as art goes, that's only maybe like 30 gigs tops. So I just didn't see the need for it.
I have a lot of like random little drawings from a lot of people that I've held on to. Like I have some of your like old stuff that you've sent me, and from a couple other friends.
Like gigabytes of it
memes
though?
And I don't know. I think probably around the same amount that you just said, because I'm not really drawing as much as you either. So, like, I draw once in a blue moon compared to you.
Yeah.
But I've been actually personally working on like 3 different things at once between everything else in my life going on at the same time. And one, I literally just drew a hand, and then you know that like you'll draw like a really good like very tiny piece of a drawing, and then you just won't get back to it for like 6 months.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, that's this hand. It's a really good looking hand. I don't know how I can draw a good hand. I always hate hands, and it's like I want to finish it, but I don't know where to take it.
Yeah.
So
I do that a lot too. I've still got like, just like, this was a nice hand, and then I never did anything more with it. It's like the get info that the file creation is like 2016.
Literally named this drawing hand, and then I haven't touched it. I'll get back to that one. I was working again on a very old piece that I was following up from actually something I sketched out and I sent into the stream that you showed off, I think, in 2018.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, I got back to it, but I will spoil it a little bit. It was a Delta Rune drawing that I sketched out on a piece of cardboard. I don't know if you remember that.
I don't know if I do. I know that I did a Deltarune stream in like 2018, like a Galaxy Gallery. That might have been where I saw it.
It was just something I sketched out on a piece of cardboard with Sharpie when I was bored at work one day, and I wanted to eventually get back to it. And I did eventually get back to it a couple of weeks ago, but then a couple things happened and I never finished it for the anniversary, so I'll have to come back around to that again, I guess next year maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Deltarune is that you'll have plenty more time to get to any artistic projects that are lying around, because it'll kind of always be relevant for the next several years.
That's why I was like so excited still to be like, I could have this in my back pocket for a long time. It'll be the first time I'm on time for a piece of art.
Hell yes.
Hopefully, at least.
Yeah, I feel bad I made some extra Metroid Dread art. I started on a Ravenbeak thing, but I feel like that's already like past its due date in terms of relevancy.
Well, I mean, it just got nominated for the Game Awards.
Maybe I could finish it in time for that.
Yeah, like if it wins Game of the Year.
Holy moly.
That'd be pretty good.
I heard people are like really mad about the nominees this year. What are they?
for the actual game of the year, I think the only two interesting ones were like Metroid Dread and then Resident Evil Village.
Mhm.
Everything else was just kind of eh.
I see.
And there's a couple things like that. It's just that... Here, I actually will look up the nominations.
Yeah,
real
I haven't been
quick.
keeping up with this year.
They just went up, I think, the other day, so
Oh, okay.
you're not too far behind, if anything.
Thank you.
I know. Let's see. Go vote. Nominees. Because I know it was Resident Evil Village, Metroid Dread, Deathloop, It Takes Two, Psychonauts 2, and Ratchet and
Ooh,
Clank. Game of the
Psychonauts
Year.
2. That's not a bad pick.
Yeah, no, I heard a lot of people actually liked that one.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but, like, that shit delivered, you know?
Yeah, which is really impressive considering it's been, what, like almost 20 years since the first one.
It's crazy to think about. I would love to stream those at some point if I could ever get the first one working.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Could get a Windows streaming computer at one point, maybe.
I won't. It runs on Mac. It's just, like, buggy as fuck. But I think Tyler mentioned to me a little while ago that they were like, now that Psychonauts 2 is out, they were gonna go back to the first one and kind of do some bug fixing to make it, like, more playable on modern machines, so, hey, I don't mind waiting.
I'd be impressed, because I picked it up for the first time, like, a couple weeks before 2 came out, and I got about halfway through it. And it wasn't just you, that's for sure, who was having trouble streaming it.
It was buggy on Windows too?
It's an old game. It's an old game, you can tell.
Yeah, well that, released for the original Xbox at first, right?
I believe so, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's definitely got that feeling where it's like an early 2000s PC port.
Right. Like whenever you open up, like, some Source Engine shit?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I was actually going to compare it to something that's actually probably a little bit more relevant to your stream of, the Sonic Heroes PC port.
The Sonic Heroes PC port?
Yeah, you didn't know that had a PC port?
No, not at all. I know the, Adventure 1 and 2 does, but then I thought they stopped.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Heroes one came out at the time Heroes got released, not, like, afterwards. I believe it was the first time since Sonic, like, R that they bothered with PC.
Hmm.
And it didn't pay off. I think, like, 4 people bought it.
I mean, I guess that makes sense if it's, like, you know, their first big multi-plat.
Yeah, like, they made the engine for, like, multi-platform specifically. They're gonna probably want to put it on as much as they can at that point, which I understand. But I don't really think anybody bothered that I know of, anyway.
I don't know. I think you'd be surprised by how many people, like... I hear about people, like... As far as Sonic R goes, a lot of people got their first exposure to that game from PC. Which I guess makes sense compared to, you know, Saturn, for example.
Yeah, I feel like the 90s were a weird time where, like, the PC actually had its own, like... Well, it's because, like, it did. It had its own specific audience, so whenever you had, like, that chance to kind of dip into something that felt a little bit more like a home console release, people were a little bit more intrigued. Especially with something like the Saturn, which was less, popular, to say the least. So, that's what, I mean, that and the fact that the, PC release is actually straight up better. It has,
Oh, yeah,
like,
for Sonic
extra
R?
effects and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear about that a lot. I brought up that Traveler's Tales guy who had his, like, you know, retro coding secrets or whatever to show how he did, like, specific rendering tricks. And I brought up his 3D Blast and his Mickey Mouse video a little while ago. But there's actually a lot of interesting stuff that went into the how Sonic R's rendering worked. That's also really interesting. The whole channel's really a goldmine.
Yeah, I never actually checked out the 3D Blast director's cut that he put out, but I keep meaning to. One day.
Femi asks, is there any sort of successor to the adventure games? Now, Femi, this breaks my heart to have to inform you. No, there is not. There was Adventure 1 and 2.
Official or unofficial?
Yeah, they kind of tried... 06, you can make a lot of comparisons to the format, for sure, but it is not Adventure 3.
Yeah, it's got a lot of, like... The problem with that is that literally, like, the next 5 games after Adventure 2 all have, like, bits and pieces that could argue that they're an Adventure successor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, somewhere in between there probably is just, like, if we mashed it together, that probably just would have been what it was.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic Heroes has a lot of DNA of adventure in it. You know, I just finished streaming that. Like, the way the teams are distributed, you're kind of playing different stories, and you're swapping between different characters, but you're just doing all the characters at the same time, rather than each of them having their own dedicated stage. And I guess 06 behaves that way as well, because, in Sonic's story you have Knuckles and Tails, in Shadows you have Rouge and Omega, in Silver's who was it, Blaze and Amy, I think?
Yes.
Hold the X button to turn invisible.
And T-pose.
So you can also argue that that's like adventure-like, but it's I guess I was going to say it's not adventure because the characters don't have their own specific stages. You'll just like reach a checkpoint and then the character will be like, oh, this is my turn now and I'll play the rest of this stage. But I guess each segment is still designed for each character's abilities. Maple!
Yeah, and when you're saying like each character has specific stages, that's more of an Adventure 2 thing than an Adventure 1 thing.
I would argue it's an Adventure 1 thing. I mean, each stage isn't like completely bespoke, but you're either exploring different areas or there are tweaks made to the design to make the focus around one skill set over another.
Yeah, and I think 06 does that a little bit, not nearly as much as Adventure, of course, but it's kind of like it's a halfway between what Heroes does, where it chops up the stages, and what Adventure 1 does, having like unique sections and then shared sections.
Yeah, you know what? That does make sense. That does make sense now that I think about. Like Flame Core is what comes to mind immediately between the different characters. I kind of like it. Like there's
why?
I don't know. I wish I had an answer. Because I know that stage relies on wall running a lot over, like, very hazardous obstacles, so if the wall running fucks up, there's not a safe space to fall down to, like there is with a lot of other wall running segments in 06. And there's one glitch that happened to me there that really stands out to me, is that there's decorative volcano debris that's just, like, falling from the sky. You know, there's an eruption and there's shit falling from the sky. But it's not an actual stage hazard, right? It's just like in the air and you can't actually ever go to it, during gameplay. But then there's like a scripted event where you hit like a ramp and you go flying off, way off into the distance, into the volcano, and then, that's like a cutscene, right? And then it loads in the next stage, you get a big loading screen. But those sky meteors have collision. So I hit the ramp, went off into the sky, hit one of those meteors, and took damage and just fell straight down, and I didn't hit the trigger to load the next part of the stage.
You got swatted out of the air.
I'm sure it's in the highlights video somewhere between my still correct time travel rambling and Silver dying.
I love that timeline. I just remember the Blaze the Cat icon.
I wish I still had those, the original PSD, because, hey, those might be some good emote candidates now that we have the slots.
Oh, you don't have them now?
I think I have, like, the PNGs of them, but the scaling isn't, I didn't build them to be Twitch emotes, so the resolution and the line thickness is wrong.
It's fine, you can redo them.
I might, now that I'm redoing all these. If we really just don't have any ideas, and we're left with some empty slots still, maybe.
I agree, Femi. Flame Core is so bad.
So fucking bad in a game full of fucking bad levels.
Like, if you put Flame Core and Crisis City together into one level, it would have been a good level.
Would it have been?
No, I mean, like, aesthetically. I'm talking purely aesthetically at this point, because something that game suffers from is that whole section of the game is just a blur.
All the stuff that takes place in the future?
Yeah, it's all just, it blends together, and it's so long and arduous. And Flame Core itself is designed so poorly compared to even the other levels. So, like, if you, like, kind of took the bits and pieces of both of those levels and made just, like, a decent, like, compromise between the two, and, like, added, like, that purple, like, crystal aesthetic of the caves and stuff into something like Crisis City, I feel like you could have had a very interesting, cool level.
I guess I can agree with that, yeah.
But it's Sonic 06, so why would anyone care?
I care.
Now, do you care? Have you seen the Project 06 project?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen? There was an update probably a couple months back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they added in-level like cutscenes.
Oh shit! Cool.
Where like here, I'll see if I can pull up a video of it soon, right now. But like,
yeah, I think the only stuff of Project 06 that I've seen is like the Wave Ocean demo, and that was it. I didn't know that there was more of the game done than that at the moment.
They have the entirety of Sonic and Shadows campaigns done.
Oh wow, really? That's cool.
Let's see, it's, yeah, the Shadow release. But basically it'll have, like, Shadows going through, what's the snow level? White Acropolis.
White Acropolis, yeah.
And whenever he meets up with Rouge, it doesn't just, like, hard-cut loading screen and all of a sudden you're Rouge after, like, a game freeze and your Xbox sets on fire.
they'll like, pass it off.
Yeah, and, like, it's a little, like, almost adventure-style in-game cutscene, and it has, like, unused dialogue and stuff, even.
The fuck is... What am I hearing right now? Oh, Who's Gonna Rock the Place is next in the GG Game Jams playlist.
Is it really? That's funny.
It is. If you have the link to that video, I can put
some
it
music. I've just been sitting here in silence.
Oh. No, I was listening to Lake Lapcat apparently for the past half hour.
Let's see. Link to what?
Lake Lapcat? I was
Lake
listening to
Lapcat.
From Bowser's Fury.
No, yeah. There it is. I love Lake Lapcat, actually.
Oh yeah, I don't revisit that game's soundtrack nearly enough.
I actually did the other day because it's starting to get cooler, and I specifically wanted to listen to
Crisp Climb Castle.
Castle Climb, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the
I have a
the playlist that you put here.
I personally love that track.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites in the game.
I think it's honestly better than Snowball Waltz, personally. That's a hot take. A lot of people like that track.
I've got to sit back and think about that comparison. You know what? You're not wrong. Snowball Park is like fun, but I don't know. When I first listened to Snowball Park, it didn't make me like sit back and go like wow and really like revel and stew in it. Like, Crisp Climb Castle did. But that could just be because, you know, I was a different person fucking 10 years ago when 3D World came out or whatever.
Was it 10 years?
Not 10 years, but almost.
Oh, no.
3D World was 2013, right? So in 2 years, it'll be 10. Wait a second. The Wii U itself was 2012. It's gonna almost be 10 years since that!
Oh no.
That's an awful feeling.
Oh no, Griffin, stop aging me.
I'm aging me. I don't mean to be doing. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't mean to do this.
Yeah, I'm older
10
than you
years.
too. You're hurting me more.
Yeah, well, you're already over the hill. It's too late for you. It's not too late for me.
You're gonna like shove me off the cliff just to regain some of your youth?
Yup.
Alright, I accept it, I understand.
You don't have to.
I'm already halfway off the cliff, it's too late. What am I gonna do, say no?
Well, I mean, I assume that if I can analysis machine your life force, you can analysis machine my life force.
But I'm older, I'm too tired to do that.
Alright. Alright. Then perish, I guess.
Guess I'll just die.
Anyways, I am sitting here in silence right now, so do you have the Project 06 thing you were talking about, or do we just move on to the next thing?
The what?
The project, you said
Here.
there was a Project 06
Here, I
thing
found
that you
the cutscenes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what you're saying, you cut out.
Project 06 with cutscenes. Alright, yeah, we'll stick this in
I
the
have
corner.
Lake Flapcat playing right now.
Okay, let me scooch this over here. We'll take a quick look at this pass off. It's a request from the president. This is so fucking funny. Oh yeah. Wow, their mouths are moving and everything in game.
Come on, don't underestimate Bruce.
It's kind of quiet, but
I got in successfully and got the
Yeah!
that's like really, really surprising to do all that from scratch.
No, it's like, I wish this is how it was!
I'm just like watching the rest of the gameplay just like for fun now. Like it looks good. Oh, and she tags along with you too. Oh my god, the buggy. Yes!
Yeah, he
I was about to ask if she rides shotgun. That's so funny. And their heads are like wiggling in unison. That's awesome. I love that there are people out there who are like actually trying their hardest to like.
Is there a
fix-
level where you have both Rouge and Omega and the buggy?
I don't think so. No.
That's sad. I wish there was a 3-seater.
That'd be so funny. Like a double dash thing going on.
Yeah, me and the squad rolling out to McDonald's at 4 a.m.
I'd like the Happy Meal, please. The Hero Streams and SA1 video from Hazel got me a bit interested in making a game like that after my current project. Ooh! Well, you've definitely got my interest, considering your only competition is Spark the Electric Jester.
I like Spark.
I know you do, it's it's probably fine, but I think it could be better. Is that fair?
Alright, so you mentioned this during, I wasn't even there for, what was it, the, like, Hub World, I think it was called, right?
I don't.
Whenever
Hub
they had a
World?
trailer
Oh, the Hub
for,
World Direct. Yeah.
Yeah, the Direct, yeah. You mentioned it a little bit whenever there was the Spark 3 trailer, that Spark 3 looked a lot tighter than Spark 2.
When I did mention that with kind of like a derisive tone, I was thinking of Spark 2 in my head.
Yeah. Like, I will give you that, like, Spark 1, which is just a 2D game for anyone in the stream that's not aware. I like Spark 1, and people's main complaint with Spark 1 is actually it's a little longer than people expect. And I think that people are treating it a little bit too much like a classic quote-unquote Sonic game where they want to sit down and play through the entire thing in one sitting when it's styled more like an adventure campaign.
It's a little more Freedom Planet-y, you might say.
Yeah. Or you if you take, I took it in 2 sessions whenever I played it, and I thought it was just fine. Towards the end, there was a couple stages that I thought probably could have been mashed together, but it wasn't that egregious. But that was people's main complaint with the first one. It was a very solidly designed game. It was fun. It was nothing hugely groundbreaking, but it didn't have to be.
I don't know.
And then,
maybe this is shallow of me, but it's really just the character design that seems to rub me the wrong way.
You don't like the design of Spark?
It just kind of looks odd, don't he?
Yeah, he's, do you like Spark 3's Spark?
I would need to like look at Spark 3 Spark to make up my mind.
He got a jacket.
Okay.
I think he looks a lot better with the jacket.
You think I would like the jacket?
Yes.
All right, I'll look at the jacket.
I'll look up a picture for you.
Yeah.
It definitely helps a lot because I understand. Like he looks a little plain in the midsection area.
He's no Sonic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I always like because I have an affinity for like Jester like themed stuff anyway. So it's like, yeah, all right. It's definitely like catering to my specific aesthetics and stuff, which a lot of Spark does. I'm trying to look up key art. Maybe someone will have like the jacket. Or at least a picture that's bigger. Alright. Well, here's an in-game screenshot. That's the best I could find.
Okay, let's have a look at this.
The jacket helps balance a little bit more. Like, here's some fan art too for you specifically to
Me specifically.
kind of see. Because I don't know if you want to show like other people's art on stream or not. It has their ad in it, but
you can say the at then. Oh yeah,
it's yeah, like
this is by BitBoy Line.
yeah, and then it's I think that jacket really helps a lot. And like the midsection, I think could probably use something else, but I don't know. At the same time, like it'd be a little bit too Sonic-y if you made like a little stomach area thing. So
bro, I literally don't mind. Have you see the Scourge shit that's going on? Did you hear that it already got canceled?
Did it really? That's funny.
Yes, let me get the link. I like just saw it like just before I went live. The Scourge comic is already canceled.
Let's go.
Like days between announcement and cancellation. Arms comic who? Oh, I gotta get some music on too. Did you know that the Zenyu Adventure OST is free DLC on Steam?
Is it really?
Yeah, I got that shit on iTunes now.
That's nice of them. Usually they charge a couple dollars for that. Honestly, they should. It's nice to have like a little extra support the devs thing, especially for smaller devs.
Yeah, that's awesome. What was I gonna do? Right, I was gonna get the cancellation. Hashtag Scourge comic, hashtag Scourge. We're scrapping the Scourge comic due to the sheer toxic reactions and presumptions from the community. We wanted to work with this character and create a story and world fitting of capital T, capital K, the King, to share with the people who wanted to see Scourge make a return. It is painfully clear to us, no matter how high quality the series would have turned out, it would still be shit on regardless, due to the extreme pre-existing biases and unfair judgment before an actual issue was released. What we simply saw as an exciting opportunity to work with a character we all enjoyed was quickly turned into a shitstorm. We tried to bring Scourge back, only to be met with hostility and unacceptable behavior. We're not going to subject ourselves to that kind of abuse just for a creative endeavor when we have other opportunities lined up to focus our time and talents into. We want to thank the people who were kind enough to offer us encouragement and support. We have already refunded all donations in full. Yeah, and that was today.
Well, Femi, Scourge is
What the fuck is
a
Scourge?
great Sonic.
I'll get Scourge. Scourge is awesome. He's Joker Sonic.
He's Joker Sonic. There you go.
Now, I never read the comics, but I am aware of him. And I believe the lore of this fucking character is that he's an alternate universe Sonic. And he used to be blue and have sunglasses, but then he absorbed the Master Emerald and that turned him green.
I believe that is it. I don't know. The comics are weird.
And he has a jacket and he has a scar. His spiky teeth. And Ken Penders created him, but the characterization was Ian Flynn, I think?
Ian Flynn is the one that made him green.
I see. Yeah, because he's been around, like, there are way older pictures of Scourge where it's just, like, blue Sonic with sunglasses. He's like, I'm evil now. That was the Ken Penders original.
Like, he's still just like a cheap Sonic OC either way, but at least Ian Flynn made it green instead of just literally Sonic. Like, that was even less than what people do for the basic OCs.
Well, if Scourge was a Sonic OC, he would have like the whatever I've drawn Klonoa with now, the fucking Billy Hatcher chicken hair. Like the tails. Yeah, the tails. Like yeah. Every OC has that.
You know, you're not even wrong.
It's so funny when Sonic OCs try very hard to be cool, even beyond Sonic trying hard to be cool. There's
Sonic's already.
It's beautiful.
Well, what a man. What a man Ken Penders is. He's the gift that keeps on taking. Taking rights to characters, of course. I would say I think it's for the best in the end what happens, because at this point it kind of just gave the newer comics a fresh start.
Yeah, I've heard great stuff about the IDW stuff.
Yeah, the IDW stuff's pretty good. Like,
Speaking of,
I think it got a little weird. I've been reading it actually.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's good?
It's pretty good. They had a zombie arc that I thought was a little over the top, but it was like if roboticization was zombies.
Okay.
Like, it turned people metal.
Oh.
And Cream watched her mom die.
Were there any LSD-related deaths this time around?
Any what?
LSD-related deaths?
Not LSD.
Okay.
Just the usual zombie situations where it's like, oh, I care about this person and I just watch them die, and then Sonic dies at the end because he was infected from the start.
What the fuck?
But he goes super and Silver goes super and they beat it. But Sonic dies and he gets sent to Blaze's dimension and then he's fine.
Oh, okay then.
You know,
okay,
comic
then.
stuff.
Sure.
It's
let me see.
something.
Yeah, there was some IDW stuff that happened over the last. There's like some new characters that they made. You know, they kind of made like their own like new Scourge.
Did they really?
Yeah, I don't know what their names are. I think Tyler was talking to me about this though a few days ago. I'll see if I can find it there.
'Cause I haven't really checked lately on the comics.
Yeah,
So-
you might actually really appreciate like kind of some of the source material where these are like from. Yeah, okay, these are the characters. These are the characters. Let's see. So, this is what people have been talking about. So, on the left, you've got some screenshots of various like infamous glitched Sonic characters. You know, Blue Knuckles, whose name is Tails. Green Sonic with like a black darkened face, and then like a white and red Knuckles.
I love white and red Knuckles.
And then the character on the right is called Dr. Starline, and the Knuckles is on the left. When you're on the character select screen, that character's name shows up as like a line of stars. And then I don't know who these other two are called, but this one is Green Scourge. I don't know. And then there's this dude who's called Kit the Fennec, and he's a tiny little dude and he's a Fennec, so you know, a little Griffin core of them to do. But I think it's cool to like kind of take these weird like glitchy things and then like
turn them into something.
The kind of unofficial things that the fan base acknowledges and then acknowledge it, you know.
I haven't seen the Fennec or the green one yet, but Dr. Starline's been a part of the comic for a while, and I had no idea. I did not put it together that Dr. Starline was based on that glitch, but it makes a lot of sense. I think that's like they have. That's one thing I will say about the IDW series. Like it's a comic, it's a Sonic comic. It's gonna be a little weird and a little off. But I think the characters that they made for that comic are actually really good.
Oh yeah, I think there's like some Forces OCs in there as well.
Yeah, they use Forces OCs as the background characters.
There's a really raw as fuck panel that I always think about, which actually looks very similar to the composition of Klonoa's Scream right now. It's one of those like characters, and they look like this. It's like some of the most emotionally intense shit I've ever seen, like of any panel from those Sonic comics. Like the art in them is just really, really good.
Yeah, no, the art is fantastic. That's one thing I will say about it. Like, story aside, it's alright, but art always on point. Never a bad panel. Very memeable.
Very memeable?
Very memeable.
I see.
I'd recommend them. If people want to bother the comic, you can do a lot worse.
I think the last time I touched Sonic comics, the first and last time was like the Sonic Universe. I read those for a little bit.
I honestly never bothered with anything until the IDW comics because I was curious on what they did post Penders.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a better time to jump in now than it was then during the 20-year run when you had like a bunch of Scourges running around.
That's why, like, I think it was just healthier for the franchise.
Yeah.
It had a lot of baggage.
Hey, speaking of the new adventure, did you hear the news?
Which news?
They just announced there's going to be a sequel.
Oh yeah, right. I saw that. I was actually really surprised so soon.
Yeah. I saw like I just follow the devs on Twitter, and their @ is Zid and Zenu, and for the longest time I was wondering to myself, who the hell is Zid? And now we know, Zid Journey is coming soon, and it looks really good so far.
Yeah, like I think I saw a couple of just the pictures that they posted, and it's just more of like the same art style, but that's not a problem at all. That was a very good-looking game.
Oh yeah.
Very specific charm to it.
The music that just came on is giving me fucking flashbacks, because this is when I got stuck in the cave for like 2 hours. It's not funny, it's not funny, it's not funny, it's not funny. It's how long have you had a Genshin Impact profile picture?
Since you called me.
Really?
Yeah.
But then why is it...
It's
Can you have
in the actual
profile
server.
pictures?
Yeah, Discord added a feature where you can have server-specific profile icons and anything like generally public. I like to use my actual icon, and then because I use like both private and public for this Discord account.
So
Which it feels weird to want to have both, but
so this is the real you that I'm looking at right now. Fucking
yeah, that's
what
me.
is this one's name?
I don't even know.
You don't even know?
No. Why would I know a Genshin Impact character, Griffin?
Because you made it your profile picture! I don't know!
People mixed up their profile pictures just to match with other people all the time.
I am not familiar with this.
That's because you have good art and don't need random profile pictures.
I would love to have matching profile pictures and also have good art. Both things can be true. One of these days I am going to just snap and become full unapologetic Corrin Kinney, and I will have a Corrin profile picture.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened.
No. I've been able to resist for this long.
I'm proud of you. You held on.
Thank you. It's
I
very
understand.
hard for me.
If from here on you can't. Just do it, coward. Everybody knows it's coming, so just get it over with.
No!
Why?
I don't know, because I'm not actually a Kinney.
Okay, but you could be. The only thing stopping you is you.
I've yet to see an argument made as to why I should.
I think you'd feel better about yourself.
I'd feel better about myself.
Yeah, I think you would finally learn that, man, I like Corin.
I'm not at this stage already?
Clearly not if you're not having Corin as a profile picture.
Damn, guess so.
Femi's right, just do it.
No, because chat assumes a lot of untrue things about me. And if I said... I have to choose my words very carefully here because I'm in the fucking pancake mines territory again. I think chat is the kind of entity that would also encourage me to like have a furry profile picture, even though that I'm not. So I don't think whatever they regard as just do it coward can really be trusted.
Now, Griffin, hear me out.
I'd really rather not.
Alright. I mean, you know what I was going to say. I don't have to say anything.
I assume that it's either going to be something about Cass or something about Keaton.
Wow, you know me so well.
It's not that I know you so well, it's that I've seen every trick in the chat members' book. You know, there's no surprises left anymore. And I'm glad, because now I can, you know, I know my way around.
You can cope.
I can cope. I would encourage that if you had a persona, but you don't, as far as I know. But for Corin,
would you make a fursona?
Would I make a persona? No.
Just out of curiosity, like not actually as like a you are like a furry thing. Just if I had a fursona, this is what it would be like, kind of thing.
Nah.
No, no interest.
No interest. If somebody like commissioned me and said, "Oh, can you draw mine?" Like, I'm capable of it, but I have like no passion about it, you know?
Okay, but what if I commissioned you to draw yourself a fursona?
I would ask you to please spend your money better.
No.
No. You know what? I think April made one for like all of her friends, like way back.
I was gonna say, I know April makes really good personas and stuff. They ever design one for you?
They did. I don't know if it was ever posted in my Discord, and I have streamer mode on, so I can't look from specific users. So, let's see. I think if I go into... I have like a separate like server that I'm in with a couple of friends. There's an art channel there. If I go from April... It was for Furry Day. Do you know when that is?
Why would I know when Furry Day is, Griffin?
I don't know. You were about to fucking spend money.
I think it's because I want you to have one.
That's
and also I like supporting my friends.
April, do you know? April, do you know where the fursona thing that you made last year is? I'm trying to find it. I can DM it to you? Okay, thank you.
April, so big-brained. Government-assigned persona. Let's go.
April, do you want to get on call right now?
We wait.
We wait.
In anticipation.
We wait for those.
So while we're waiting, any tips for drawing Bowser?
For drawing Bowser?
Yep.
Not really, I don't think. I don't really draw Bowser. I don't think I've ever tried that.
You've never tried to draw? I thought you did like a Bowser piece or two along the line.
I think I did like some Koopaling stuff when Color Splash first came out.
I know you did Koopaling stuff. Let's go,
SMT5, but yeah, sure. Okay, let me see if I can add April in this. Add. add friends, and then SpongeBob, April.
Also, to talk about your art real quick, I really like the shading stuff you have going on with Klonoa right now.
Oh, thanks. I'm hoping it winds up working out. I kind of want to change how I do highlights a little bit, so I haven't gotten to that stage yet. But I'm hoping that'll really make the difference here.
It looks very... I think it's good, really good for an emote, if that makes sense.
We'll
It
see.
makes the colors pop.
Alright, I have the picture. I'm going to show it. And I need to resend it to like this new group as well. There it is. There's my April assigned for Sona.
Yeah. It's gonna come back, yeah, it's come back next month.
Let's
3 days
go!
next month.
Yep. I think December 10th, if I remember. I can go into the fucking properties of these images and find out.
Oh shit.
December 20th.
Oh no,
How did I
isn't that when the Game Awards is?
About this shirt.
No, it's on the 9th, I think.
Guys, I have a dentist appointment on the 9th. Fuck!
Oh my god!
Stream from the dentist chair.
Now you don't have to watch the Game Awards. Yippee!
No, I want to watch the Game Awards. I was like a Game Awards aficionado even during the Spike TV days.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like in the dentist chair, like on my phone. It's like world premiere. I'm gonna have like hands in my mouth, like, oh.
It's I don't know. It's like the kind of thing where it's like I'll watch it to fucking rip on it in a call with people, but I would never watch that shit myself. No fucking shot.
I agree, honestly. The only reason why I watch these is because Griffin streams them.
It's
Really?
Yes, I never cared about the Game Awards.
It's the same reason I still watch like E3. If I wasn't like watching with friends or watching people stream it, I would just fucking sit back and like check Twitter later and be like, oh, now I can just skim through the things I like.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched specifically the Nintendo E3s no matter what.
Oh, well, yeah.
But besides that, it's just a cluster of information.
I like to be able to try and catch as many as I can, because you know what? Those E3 presentations are a dying breed, and one day they're going to be all gone, they're going to be all dried up, and you're going to say, where did all the game trailers go?
They all.
Where's all my content? Griffin, you're gonna run out of reaction streams.
Oh no!
Those
I'll have to figure out something else to do with my life.
Play Fire Emblem.
Yup.
In 2027, when they're gonna announce Fire Emblem, the 5 chairs of the guys on the Switch 2, and it's gonna be.
I feel like that's like 80% of a Fire Emblem title, honestly. You're
The
not
5
far off.
chairs of the guys is pretty good. I believe that is what they called King Arthur and the chairs of the 5 guys.
Oh yeah,
That's something.
King Arthur and the chair of the 5 guys, burgers and fries.
Everybody always talks about the round table, but where do you think they sat?
The square chair?
How many of them were there? I need a 300-hour game about this.
Yeah, it's Sonic and the Black Knight.
It probably, you know, if you did try and go after all the weird fucking crafting materials in that game, it probably would take like 300 hours.
Ain't that fucking like the fake gotcha game? Ain't that about fucking King Arthur and this anime woman?
I can't even say you're wrong.
Is there a King Arthur gotcha game? Because I would 100% believe
not?
that.
No, there is.
not
It's
Fate?
isn't that what Fate is? It's like Fate Go or something like that.
Isn't that what Fire Emblem Fates is?
No. It's
Dang.
what's the one that Astolfo is from? Isn't that
I
the
don't
King Arthur
know.
one?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw somebody who got a Melty Blood and they had like the fucking name Arts or something. I was like, what the fuck is this?
The only reason why I know what a Stalfo is the monster can thing, and I think that's unfortunate.
No! It is, it's called Fate.
Let me look up. Fate. Yeah, okay, it's just an anime guy.
It's just one anime guy.
It sounds correct.
This is fucking Kai Keys from Guilty Gear. What the fuck is this? I mean, I'm not joking.
Wow, that really is Kai.
Yeah.
Here, let me get this up on stream. This is apparently King Arthur. He really does just, like, kind of look like a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a guy.
Like, that's what it would look like if I got onto, like, an anime OC maker and made
Oh my
my
god,
OC.
it does look like anime hits!
Like... That's me. I'm King Arthur now.
Yup. I think if you're ever gonna switch off the Genshin, I think that would be a big step up.
Yeah. I'm glad the PNG I send is so fucking low quality.
I think it makes it funnier.
Yeah, it's really awesome.
Hey, Griffin.
Hi, it's.
You should stream Genshin Impact. I think it'd be funny.
I thought you said you weren't into
don't
it.
think
Why are
it
you
would be.
trying to trick me into doing this?
I think it'd be funny.
Not for me.
I think I choose not to play Genshin Impact from like a moral
Yeah.
standpoint.
No, that's fair. There's definitely a lot of things wrong with them, as far as I know.
Oh, but man, that's who it is. But their name's like fucking Saber. They make King Arthur a woman?
Let's
Hold
go.
on. Hold on.
Let's go.
Uh-oh.
I think this has to be like an old design from like one of the old ones. It's very
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is nasty.
Alright, man.
This looks like from-
I do like the-
It looks like, I
Could've
don't
been
know.
big. This is like an old visual novel.
Yeah, I love the fucking like the gauntlets, like the plate armor on the dress.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
I was
like the
going to say
center.
that I was going to say that it looks like if Charles C. Bernardo thought Persona was cool, except I think that actually
Yeah.
just is true.
That is true.
It is?
I don't think we ever got to that
Yes, it
episode of
looks like-
Charles.
Oh boy, we've got to catch up.
He went to an anime con.
He did. I remember he cosplayed as Joker.
Yeah, he did.
Ugh.
He got sweaty.
That's the great thing about there being like not very many new Nintendo games recently, is that now he can't make any shitty fucking animated parodies anymore. He just has to move on to shit that I don't care about. Oh, he must be the kind of person that's like so excited that Sora's in Smash.
Let's
Yeah.
go, Soren Smash. Let's go, Charles C.
Finally, listen to my
Bernardo.
prayers. I'm not very up on Fate beyond the Monster Cock. I think all the Monster Cock is all you need to know, and need is a very generous term there.
Yeah. I don't know who this guy is, but just hearing from what I know, from this call, yeah, they would be the kind of dude to be like, "Thank you, Sakura. Thank you, Nintendo."
What was it you like? The kind of people who are like, do you have any idea how hard this deal was
Yeah.
to make? As a gamer, I love when corporate deals are made.
I will say it's actually impressive it happened, but
It's
Relatively, it is harder to
shouldn't
do,
have.
but deals do not make games better or worse. They are deals.
no, to speak of the quality is different. It's just I'm impressed. The mouse actually budged.
yeah. I don't think they had to go through the effort. It's fine. You can put in somebody else.
Aw, man. We tried our best, but we couldn't make Sora work. Now we have to put Klonoa in. It's our only choice.
Yeah.
I don't think Klonoa is the only choice, Griffin. I really hate to break it to you.
No, it was one or the other, and Sora took that away from me.
Alright, I mean, you're going to lose a lot of sleep if you think that.
I lose sleep.
You're going
I
to
really
be like
did.
the Joker.
Thinking about like what the ideal like Klonoa Smash trailer would be, and like I get giddy thinking about like, oh man, it'd be so cool.
I'm still so fucked up. That they made that fucking Sora trailer look so much like it was gonna be Dark Souls up to the last second.
You know what? That was
Literally, what does the fire mean?
Who doesn't
It
even
has
care?
nothing to do with Kingdom Hearts.
Well, they
It's
couldn't
just like-
actually include anything from Kingdom Hearts because Disney owns it.
No, they could include fucking Riku or something. They could include the darkness. They are in the darkness though. Mario is part of the darkness, which is why he shakes hands with Sora.
Mario is in the realm of darkness, and Sora dove in to give him his Keyblade. Because Mario is canonically able to wield a Keyblade.
I guess. It's Mario! They put bugs in him! What?
And then they shook hands.
Oh. God. It's the first time, like, something I have seen. It's the first time a piece of media made me feel sick, I think.
This
That,
is
like,
gonna be like the fifth
getting, like-
time for Griffin.
Getting my hopes up and then getting let down that hard. Like, it hurt. Physically, it did.
Oh. I know that was probably the one thing in Smash that could have gotten to Smash that would actually hurt you.
Yeah,
It's-
like actual, like, physical damage. It really did do physical damage to me. I screamed so hard, my throat hurt the rest of the day.
Griffin, for you, it already happened like 4 times.
I got a lot
Like,
of characters in that I didn't want.
Characters for Smash, you hate.
I mean, after they include Pyra Mistra, I, like, checked out. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't care after that.
That's
But,
the healthiest thing you can do.
When they showed that trailer, and I thought for like a second that would be Dark Souls, like I popped up so hard, and I was like trying to hold back so bad because I was like, oh, what if it isn't? And
One was targeted specifically to hurt you, actually.
Oh,
now that I
yeah.
think about it. I think Dark Souls would have been cool.
Dark
It
Souls
would've
would have
been
been cool, and I say
cool.
that as somebody who doesn't even care about it particularly that much.
Griffin stream
Man.
Dark Souls?
They
No,
could've-
no, 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 no,
they
no.
could have had Andrew Londo stage. Oh, man, that would have been so sick.
That actually would have been really cool. The stage hazard is the enemies that throw giant lances at you.
Yeah, I was thinking they have the fucking gray arrow guys have like the fucking platform that moves up and down.
I want the bridge that you like have the switch. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the bridge. They should put the gargoyles in there too, because they're like there.
Now I want Dark Souls and Smash Brothers.
Yup.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't you like a stage with like the worst platform layout of all time and has nothing interesting visually going on, and you look at it as fucking PowerPoint of characters that you don't care about?
Yeah. It sure is a traveling stage.
It's like half a traveling stage. It's not even a full one.
Yeah, it doesn't even like play to the strengths of what a traveling stage would have. You
Like,
say I wouldn't
honestly-
mind that if Dark Souls gets in now, but if it was Dark Souls instead of Sora, I think you would have been pissed. No, like, when that presentation was happening, I thought it was Dark Souls, and I was getting excited about the idea of Dark Souls. Because after all the other, like, DLC 2 was not a particularly good collection. There were a lot of, like, concentrated letdowns there. Dark Souls would have been, like, a tick upwards in a better direction. And it's a big get, you know? And there's no FromSoft representation.
Square got how many characters in for DLC?
How many characters were DLC?
Like 3 new characters, right?
How do you
Because they had Sephiroth, Sora, and there was a Square character in DLC Pack 1,
Hero.
right? Hero, right? Yeah. Well, how did I forget that?
My best friend.
Griffin has no opinion now.
It's-
He's been hurt beyond Hero too far.
I
Hero
know
is
that
now
I'm
nothing.
annoying when I talk about how much I don't like Dragon Quest, so I'll just not be annoying. It's fine.
Yeah. Hero was like the only one I really genuinely like loved. I thought Banjo was really cool. Taylor was really cool.
Oh yeah.
Kazuya was cool. I like that. What else? Steve. Steve was huge.
Steve was awesome.
Steve was like the biggest one, I think. But
My only disappointment with Steve was the music.
oh yeah, the music.
Like, how do you not include normal Minecraft tracks? Like, I get the whole copyright's a little off, but like, come on. I want
Yeah,
some sweet.
then the rest of them kind of sucked. They were kind of out with my throat, these DLC picks. Like,
I don't even remember how.
got fucking Joker off the bat.
I remember
which,
Griffin being
you know,
excited
that-
for Joker.
Yep.
It was... My opinion of Joker only got worse over time, because, like, it was that kind of thing where I didn't know anything about it. All I knew was that game looked cool, so I was like, cool, that's a thing from that game. And then I played it, and I was like, oh, wait, this is bad. And then I played Shin Megami Tensei, and I said, wait, this is way better than Persona 5. Why did they not put this in Smash instead?
Yeah.
Or, like,
No.
literally allude to it at all?
Just thinking about how some reviewers are saying that Shin Megami Tensei 5 is a watered down Persona.
Oh,
That's the
it's,
bonehead juice right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is like, I've been playing SMT 5. It is like, if you only played Persona 5 and then went straight from that to this, like, you would be immediately turned off, because it's like the anti-Persona. It's like made to drive away Persona fans, I think.
Good.
I need to like
Really,
I need to put a copy of SMT5 like outside of my house if that's the effect that it has.
it's, yeah, everything about that game, like, its visuals, presentation, its music, it's like very harsh, very rude. Very like I don't know, just unwelcoming, you know, I would say.
Cool aesthetic though.
It is
Game.
awesome.
Yeah, that game looks
No.
fucking sick.
I do think that game is really, really good. Probably like one of the best looking games on the Switch, even though the performance kind of suffers for it.
Oh, does it not perform well?
There's a lot of like pretty bad frame rate dips. There's a lot of like pop in. I feel like it's bizarre because it feels like the game was not made with the Switch in mind. Like,
I think there was rumors about it getting ported to PC. Like there was like
Yeah,
stuff.
it's in like the project files I heard.
Yeah.
yeah, I was saying before that like yeah, it feels like it was a game made with the intention to be on like the PS4 or the PC, but then they like crunched it down to put on the Switch. So I feel for sure that it's only like a timed exclusive, if anything.
Which I'd be more than happy with personally, even though I know.
I will. I do think the game's awesome, and if they put it on PC, I will buy it again. Yeah, to be fair, Persona 5 was also unwelcoming to gays.
Yeah, that's the opposite of SMT5 as far as I know.
SMT5 is gay?
Yeah. SMT5, yeah, the main character, I think they're pretty gay.
Okay.
Yeah, they got
These bitches gay, good for them.
Going on.
yeah, no, they got gay non-binary swag.
Yup.
Like, the main character just looks like they found the ultimate gender and just drank the juice.
They are very Gryffindor looking.
It is. That's what happens when you get demon powers.
Alright, got me some of those. I'll have me some of that. Anyways, I need to make an apology right now.
Okay.
What's your apology?
I'm a fucking buffoon and a chump.
Okay.
All this time, I can go look at any of these other fucking things that I've made in the gallery. If the gallery button chose to work, wow, that looks great when it scales down. That's gonna be awesome when it's done. Every time I have ever made like any specular highlight, I need to find something that's not porn. I'll look at this Pierre's thing and pray that the penis layers don't show up. Okay, awesome. This one isn't so bad because we're looking at like a very colorless material, but like every time I want to add like brighter, shiny highlights to things, I always use just hard, colorless white. But adding just a little bit of a hue to that, like in Klonoa's fur here, I gotta go back to the emotes folder. My god, it pays off. Like this kind of like bluish, grayish color. Like if I just painted over this and made it white, it would look so much worse, but this like elevates the shading style so beyond what I usually do.
You never put in like color for your highlight whites and stuff?
No, I do for my shadows. But yeah, no, this is major.
Alright, I am not going to accept your apology because we've already known for a while.
I mean, it really should be common sense. This is what I'm kicking myself for this, because like the tried and true advice is, you know, don't shade colors with like black and white. And I followed that as far as shading with black goes, but I just didn't do it for white, and I'm stupid.
We have like a 20-minute conversation about you being upset at Yoshi's story of all things for doing that.
For Yoshi? No, Yoshi's story I don't like because Yoshi has weird ass teeth.
If that's really your only complaint about Yoshi's story, I am kind of sad for you. That game
it just has a weird emotional energy.
That's part of the vibe. Like, I think that's why it's such a cool game, is it's weird. It feels weird and off.
Well, I think I need to grow up a little bit before I'm ready to handle something that adult.
Honestly, it's kind of scary. Whenever a Yoshi dies, they get kidnapped.
I'm very
No, that's really
that,
scary. Yes. That's very frightening.
I literally ran out of the room as a kid every time I died. I would get scared. I'd be like, no, Yoshi!
But it's Yoshi getting got, not you.
But he was my friend! And it was my fault.
You know what's gonna happen to Yoshi after they get kidnapped? They could get killed.
Yeah, like...
Okay, well, were you running away because it's like, oh my, I can't bear to watch the gruesome torture that's about to take place, or it's like, oh no, they're gonna come for me next?
So it was, they were gonna come for me next, and this was my fault.
It was the guilt.
Yeah.
Yes. No, literally, the game makes like a weird, like, sliding, like, bead noise every time you die. It's terrifying. It's like one of the scariest death sounds in all of gaming. Everything stops immediately, and like that's the only thing you hear. Yoshi spins around, dies, and you see the McDonald's teeth for a second, yes. And then you just see Yoshi being like carried off with like foreboding music to Bowser's castle.
Uh-huh.
And that's it. And then there's just one less Yoshi on that character select screen, and that's where you realize you killed someone.
That is kind of fucked. There is like an unsettling permanence to that.
Exactly. I love that about that game. There's like, it's unsettling, but like in such a weird way.
Yeah. At the end of the game, the credits roll and all the ghosts of the dead Yoshis come back and said, "You did this."
Oh my god.
It motivates you to do a no death run. It's fine.
Yup.
And when I was a kid, like in kindergarten, when my friends told me like, oh yeah, in the original Pokemon games, they say that the Pokemon die, and then they changed it to say that they fainted, but they actually die in the game. So whenever any of my Pokemon fainted while I was playing Pokemon Red, I would like scream and turn the game off because I couldn't like handle the repercussions of my Pokemon getting killed.
There were so many like weird playground rumors like that for sure.
Yeah. Anything like anything else like that?
Me talking about the OG No Mercy run. You kill all the Yoshis and it says no one is left.
Well, no. I think the phrase you're looking for is "but nobody came."
But nobody came.
Yeah.
Must have told you this before, but the fucking in my kindergarten class we played Shadow the Hedgehog, and then he like in your class and he told us all we have to draw Shadow the Hedgehog every day, and if we don't draw him for one day, then he'll come to our house and shoot us.
Man, I fucking wish. I've racked up a lot of days.
So, like my notebook was just filled with like really draw like what I did that day, or like in your little kindergarten journal, and then I put Shadow in it.
I mean, I guess it worked. If you're still here today, you managed to successfully fend him off.
Yeah.
Huh. So apparently whenever you get a game over in Yoshi's Story, it actually plays an even more foreboding track instead of the usual one.
Oh no.
So you really know you screwed up.
That's horrifying.
Sadly, all the videos I'm seeing of it are very glitchy due to emulation, but
does that one not emulate well in general?
I guess not.
Huh.
There's like horror movie strings instead.
Oh! And that's not supposed to happen?
No, because like usually it plays just like a weird like horn, I guess.
Oh.
It's kind of just like bum 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 bum, like, you know, the main theme a little bit, but
Yeah.
just like you really messed up. But no, instead, whenever you kill off the last Yoshi, it's just like horror movie strings as they drag him away into the castle.
Jesus Christ.
God, that's horrifying.
Why did they do this? I'm so glad I never got a game over.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the game over screen, but I'm just thinking like when you say that, imagine like he dragged to the fucking castle, like kicking and screaming and dragging her fucking hands along the dirt.
Yeah! Like finger marks on the
Awful.
floor.
Like, if I saw this as a kid, that's the image I would have.
What the fuck?
Same time, you know what? I will give it to credit to this game is that it makes whenever you get a white Shy Guy and like goes to save one of your Yoshis from the castle, like that's like bringing somebody back from the dead at that point.
They're
Like, you feel
not
like you
dying,
did
they're just
something.
being kept prisoner.
No,
Everyone's
that
okay.
white Shy Guy's an angel. He got his soul back.
That's how that's Satan's castle.
It's like an uncharacteristically creepy castle compared to normal Bowser's castles.
I guess that's fair.
Like that's just a straight up
It is like a Dracula castle.
yeah, it's just like a Dracula castle. Which also is just the final level. Very interesting design. There's not really lava or anything. It's just giant saws and axes.
What do you think Yoshi's blood tastes like?
Depends on the color of the Yoshi.
Oh, it's like fruit gummies.
Cause yeah, it is like the fruit gushers.
Oh my god. Alright, what's the flavor of green Yoshi? We'll go down the list.
Alright,
Watermelon.
watermelon.
Yeah.
Watermelon? You
green
really
apple.
I was thinking green apple.
Yeah.
Ooh,
or
green apple could be good.
I think watermelon is like that's pink Yoshi.
Yeah, that's pink
Oh,
Yoshi
yeah,
to me.
okay. Bright blue Yoshi.
Blueberry, easy.
Yeah, the one's
Yeah.
dark blue Yoshi.
Blue raspberry.
Yeah, blue raspberry.
Purple Yoshi is grape, obviously.
Yeah.
What's brown Yoshi?
Chocolate.
Brown.
Okay.
Yeah. That's weird. No, wait, that's weird. Chocolate fruit gusher? No. That's
I think
weird.
it exists. I hate to
strange.
break it to you. I'm pretty sure it exists.
Brown Yoshi is like a bruised fruit.
Wait, but that's like... Wait.
Yeah, there can be rotten Yoshis.
No, I'm thinking of something else. I think there was something that's usually like it's usually like a fruit gummy, but they made it chocolate. That I saw recently, and I was like,
really?
disgusted. I wish I could remember what it was.
White Yoshi would taste like...
That's like the mystery flavor. That's like when
Yeah.
I
The
have
mystery
something where,
flavor?
Gets the flavor and it'll give you a year's worth of Yoshi gummies.
It was I would say either mystery flavor or like lemon, because like that's what they'll
then
do.
what would
is,
yellow
like,
Yoshi
Yellow Yoshi did.
Yellow Yoshi.
Yellow
Yeah,
Yoshi
yeah.
would be... Yeah.
Yeah, banana.
Oh, banana.
Yeah.
Black Yoshi would be licorice flavored.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, black licorice.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about like, now I'm thinking about like jelly beans.
Ah.
I'd say they're more like jelly beans, but
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
they're like those jelly beans that have a different flavor inside of them than the actual jelly bean. Love those.
And you get like those fucking really wonk ass 3 meals a day gum.
3 meals a day gum?
From fucking Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You eat the gum and it tastes like breakfast, and you choose it more, it tastes like lunch, and then it tastes like dinner.
What does that even mean? Tastes like dinner.
Yeah, it tastes like dinner. You've had dinner before, right?
Roald Dahl's a fucking hack fraud. Also, the Zinio soundtrack is over, so I'm going to listen to this Game Over clip that It's has shared.
It's literally horror strings.
Very
Oh wow, this emulation does look fucked.
Yeah, it's very glitchy. Also, the music slows down like Undertale whenever you have no health.
Oh god. This is what my streams look like. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. That was too scary.
It's a game!
Wait for it.
No. No, that Yoshi's dead. Oh, they're all dead.
It feels like it. It genuinely, as a kid, it felt like it. It felt like I killed a bunch of Yoshis.
My pencil went fucking flying when I did that. I have no idea. Oh, here it is.
There you go. Like, this is also the same game that has this as the design for
Oh, I
Blards.
fucking hate that. See, it's ugly.
It's weird. It's unsettling, and I like it for that.
I don't know about that.
No, that thing is awful. I would have nightmares about it.
Honestly, I would too. It's scary.
I would have like those kind of nightmares that like... It's like those kind of things where I like accidentally walk in on like some really cheesy horror movie that my dad's watching when I'm like 4, and then I have a dream about being sent to hell. Like that's what I would have nightmares about.
Those are my best dreams. Also, this one's looking pretty okay, I think.
I've managed to find my way to Vorin Media because of the fish that just eats you in Yoshi's Story.
What?
There's like one of those like Mario like what are they, like the
TV
big mouth
tropes?
bass. No, it's a website. Don't worry. There's a website dedicated to Vor in media.
Huh?
But basically, Yeah, there's an entry on that website about Yoshin getting bored in this game.
Can you log off of this site?
I never went to this site. I'm using Google Images, where I always find my cursed stuff to send you.
Oh.
I thought you'd know that by now.
No, I just thought you're the kind of person that attracts that sort of thing.
I mean, from Google Images, yes.
Alright. Well, I think we're done with this Klonoa. So, you want to do Hogchamp next? Or what do you think?
Hogchamp, let's go.
Hogchamp, let's
that
go.
Klonoa came out great, by the way.
Yeah, this is really good.
I think it's gonna scale well at lower resolutions really cleanly. Although, actually, I am incorrect. There is one more thing that I wanted to do, so I am going to put on a little bit of Klonoa music while I wait. Let's see, what do we got here? I mean, Untamed Heart. You gotta go Untamed Heart.
Let's go, Untamed Heart.
Actually, I think I might dip out because I gotta go to bed.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough. It's like 9:30 for you.
Yeah,
Well, 11:30 for you.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
11:30.
Alright, well, thanks for stopping by. Thank you
Yeah,
for
it's nice having you.
sharing that
Thanks for having me on.
Griffin Sona.
Yeah. Get ready for December 20th.
I won't.
Let's
Thank you.
go.
Okay, bye.
Alright, you can go,
Bye.
you can leave now. That's quite enough out of you.
I mean, Griffin, I remembered what this persona looked like, except for I actually forgot. That's a very valid shirt. I wish I remembered that part.
Oh, what does the shirt say?
It doesn't, it just has a rainbow on it.
Oh yeah, okay.
I like that. I think that's funny.
Yeah, there was one more thing that I wanted to do with the line art here, which is not having it all be black, because this is the other thing that once we get into
You
characters
wanted
like
to
Courtney
try.
Keaton that have like denser line art. I mean, I just want to do things in a way that I just avoid dense clusters of detail like that altogether. But when I do, having different colors of line art depending on like what is nearby, I think will also go quite a long way. So if I look at the little snout, for example, and I use like a grayish color, and I just like go over it, then I think that'll look nice.
Because I do remember last time you did emote stuff, you actually did try.
I did attempt
colored
it, and
line.
it didn't work. I want to give it another
It just
shot.
didn't scale down. Yeah, this is the time to do it, and I think it'll work a lot better.
Yeah.
It's weird, like looking at the old Klonoa to the new one.
Oh yeah. I hope people are like really gonna get a kick out of all of these for sure.
I mean, I'm already getting a kick out of the new Klonoa, and I love the old one anyway.
Hell yeah.
Like, this one just looks a lot more three-dimensional.
Yeah, I think the
The
shading,
shading
like,
really
helps
helps.
provide a lot more detail when it's scaled down.
Yeah. I think, it almost reminds me, I don't know if this was what you were going for, but, like that, classic Sonic, like, airbrush style a little bit.
Oh, like the Yuji Uekawa stuff, or the classicer than that?
The, like, literally, like, classic, like
Sonic 1, Sonic 2?
Sonic 1, Sonic 2, like, promo art stuff.
Yeah,
The Mania box art, recreated that kind of airbrush style.
I mean, this is just normally how I shade for the most part with some small tweaks, but, it has... This is the weirdest thing that, like, it got my mind thinking, but, like... You know that certain style of, like, early digital media and, like an old VHS cover, and they have that kind of airbrushed look to it with the line art?
Yeah.
I was looking at shit like that, and I was thinking to myself, you know, there's a lot that I feel let down by as far as my own shading style goes, but it's like, even within whatever limitations that this shading style brings to me, there are clearly people with more talent that are finding ways to make this work. So I need to, like, observe those techniques a little bit and, you know, see what works and see what doesn't. And I think that, like, honing that would make some form of sense rather than just continuing what I'm doing now. I really want to, for 2022, like, refine things like that, because my shading technique is really stagnated, I feel like, And now that I have these new tools with this hardware at my disposal, I think now's a great time to you know, not focus everything in on like recreating whatever my trackpad limitations of the time are, now that I'm not drawing with a trackpad anymore.
Growing as an artist.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good thing. I think you're doing a good job.
Oh wait, April has a second furry thing for Furry Day. I'll show this.
Yeah, okay, that's the one that I remembered.
Yeah, I think this is the one that she actually posted. The one next to me is Max's persona.
Because I remember you on...
Alright, slow down, it's not that funny.
Apple. That's all I have to say.
Haha, Apple. Well, you know what?
Yep.
That's not unusual.
No, it's pretty.
I know that people in chat can't resist the desire to call me an apple cuck.
Man, I didn't say the second part. I just said the word apple.
Apple cuck was implied. You know what? In some sense, it is my own fault for like introducing chat like to that term.
You 100% brought that on yourself. I'm sorry.
Place. But here's the thing. I knew it was coming sooner or later. I think if you think about it,
you just pulled the Band-Aid off?
It's like at the end of World War II, like Hitler knew it was all over, so he didn't want to give anybody else the gratification. So I'm realizing that comparing myself to Hitler is not a particularly strong argument.
I don't know if that's a good look, Griffin. I'll have to go back and clip that one for later.
No, you won't. Griffin compares himself to Hitler. No, because I can't even like try to explain myself any better.
It's time to just take the L and walk away before you make it worse.
There's no refining that analogy.
Alright, here's an out. We never finished talking about Spark earlier.
About Spark?
Yeah.
Alright, sure.
That was just looking up in these DMs is all.
Alright.
So earlier I was talking about how Spark 1 is a 2D game, and I feel like it's relatively well designed, even though it doesn't do anything particularly new.
Okay.
I think it's just, you know, I think it's like $15 on Steam, and it's a fun time.
A fun Windows time.
Yeah. I'm honestly, that game has a lot of weird bugs that popped up because of the Steam integration that he had to do. So I feel bad, honestly. Like, it has frame issues on specific devices.
Ah.
It's very strange. So then, whenever the developers transitioned to Spark 2, that was literally their first experience making any sort of 3D game.
I see.
So, you know, it feels like it a little bit. Like, Spark 2, there's not really much in terms of the abilities and stuff, and the design's a lot emptier because that's just like them learning the 3D engine. And the design, like the controls are really like overpowered. They're too overpowered essentially.
Oh.
You basically don't have to play the game, you just boost into the air.
It wasn't like very balanced.
And it's kind of sad because the actual level design, yeah, it wasn't balanced at all. And that's what Spark 3 has a lot of more, it feels tighter. The controls are very loose in 2, but Spark 3 has a lot more tighter controls.
Okay.
You have to earn your speed and stuff a lot more. And
Okay, cool.
That's why I'm really looking forward to Spark 3. And I hope this one gets on Switch, because I think you would like it.
Yeah, are any of the other ones on console?
Spark 2 is on Xbox. I really wish... I don't ever expect you to play Spark 2, but I really, really wish
That the option
you could
was
just,
there.
like... Yeah. Because, like, I think you would really like the writing in it. You would think it's very funny.
I see.
Like, the final boss, you would actually pop off for. One of these days I might like actually get back to the idea of streaming, and that would be on the docket
Oh, cool.
for sure. If you'd be the one, that would be probably a good way to introduce you to it, because I don't see you experiencing Spark in any other capacity.
If there's like literally no other way to play it, yeah.
Yeah. It's like Spark 1, I would say, would be worth figuring out something. Spark 2, it's like it's a shorter enough game where it's just like you can just watch it streamed if you can't have any access to it.
I gotcha.
You're not missing too much, especially if like Spark 3 comes out on something you can experience. Alright, my out's over. You come up with anything to continue your thought?
On my thought, here's why I'm right, actually.
No? Okay.
I'm just drawing some lines.
I
man.
understand.
I mean, no, Griffin, do not make a Hitler
I
art
actually
school
really like how these
joke.
lines, the colored lines are coming out on the color.
Yep, I think I'm going to, like, reduce this to, like, half opacity to make it, like, a little less extreme. Oh, my Discord just fucking crashed. The Hitler ghost is gonna get me like Yoshi's Island. What is happening?
Yeah,
Yeah,
right there, bud?
my whole Discord, like, restarted.
Oh, I thought your internet went down. I thought your stream was about to go down.
Oh, maybe that's what happened. I'm sure chat's gonna report some drops sooner or later, as is oft the case.
Griffin, what if I drew your persona?
I'd prefer you didn't, because I don't have one.
What?
I would prefer you didn't, because I don't have one.
No, it's right there. I'm looking at it.
No, that's
It's
not
on-
mine.
It's
That's
on
not
the
mine.
apple.
It's not
See
mine. That's somebody else.
it? It's your government assigned persona.
Ugh.
I'm sorry. It's just, that's how it is. If you don't like it, you gotta make the changes yourself when you draw it.
This is literally 1984!
It's fine. It's just a persona, Griffin. What's the worst that could happen?
I feel like I'm kind of looking like Klonoa screaming right now. It's too late. There is nothing he can do. It's all over for him. Poor little guy. Didn't stand a chance out there in the world.
Do you think Klonoa would have a human Sona?
No, I don't think he would.
No, you're right. I think he's a little goofy for that.
Klonoa is just a little creature. He's
just a little creature.
yeah. He doesn't need to worry about things like this.
I don't
He's
think
more
Klonoa knows
concerned-
how to use the internet.
He's more concerned going yippee and wahoo.
Yeah,
And-
like he's the one that walks into the store and then asks where they can find the thing in front of them.
I kind of do that sometimes.
Dude, I do that too. I think I'd be upset if people didn't do that.
And then the guy at the store says, "What's the matter? You sleepwalking or something?" And then Klonoa's like, "Oh, I don't know actually. Is this am I
Are you gonna die on me too?
not again?"
And then the guy at the store is just sitting there confused in fear.
When Epic Games wrote 1984 to put in Fortnite, this is what they were talking about?
So when's your next Fortnite stream, Griffin?
It's not happening. It's not happening.
But they added Naruto from the anime Naruto.
Do I look like I'm particularly passionate about that? That would finally
I
win
think
me
that's
over?
it's funny.
I don't know.
I like
it's just
screenshots
odd.
of the meme on that
It's
game.
the metaverse.
Yeah. Alright, you know what? Can we talk about the metaverse?
I already talked about it a little, but I during Sonic Heroes, but I'd be happy to some more.
It's like alright. The old like as far as I am like completely detached from the world apparently because this like NFT and crypto stuff got me lost. I know it's bad and stupid and a scam, but I honestly don't understand it enough. And then people start talking like the metaverse, and I'm just thinking like it's this funny Roblox event.
Well, do you want like what it is explained to you, or why it's bad explained to you?
Is it Ready Player One?
Yeah, that's what people are like effectively referring to when they say that they want to like make the metaverse, just like this interconnected VR space where everybody exists and hangs out, except corporations own it instead.
That's a good idea. Corporations have never done anything wrong.
So this is Roblox has been trying to position themselves as this for a while. I feel like they were kind of ahead of the curve on this.
They definitely were.
Because just like that multiplayer hangout thing kind of already is a lot of the function that their product serves. So now that it's like a big like marketing buzzword, they're like, oh, well, we're basically that, just not in VR. But we have VR compatibility. And we're adding all these like voice chat features. So, you know, we're close enough. And then Facebook changed their name to Meta because Facebook as a product is probably on the way out, I would hope. And their next big moneymaker for the next 10 years is going to be owning everybody's lives through this VR thing, you know? If they own the means by which people, like, just... Because it's not just any one thing. It's like, this is how people are going to hang out. This is how people are going to play. This is how people are going to work. This is how people are going to create. Every aspect of their lives is going to be through this Facebook product. So... Metaverse is basically Facebook Roblox. NFTs are people selling randomly generated numbers. Done.
I understand. Like, I think more about NFTs. Like, I started doing research because it's like, Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm detached from the world after people like the Bitcoin bubble or whatever bursting is when I checked out. And then like I understand that NFTs are based off the blockchain and that they're basically specific image, generated hashes to images. I think hashes is the right, maybe not hashes. It's like, and I know that people basically decrypted links to each NFT, so now people stole NFTs back.
Oh yeah, the
just
NFT
to show
bay.
people how. Yeah, no, I thought that was really funny.
It is. You're right.
I am very glad that happened, honestly. I don't understand what a blockchain is. I think is the one place I get lost.
Oh, it just means like it's a decentralized database. So. Traditionally when you access something on the internet, it's stored on a server, and which is like this one thing that you connect to, whereas the blockchain is like a piece of data exists spread out across like everybody's thing. Now I don't pirate. I assume this is how BitTorrent works.
Yeah, no, like seeding and stuff.
I think so. Then, yeah, if you're familiar with that, that might give you something of a frame of reference.
Okay. Yeah, no, it does.
Yeah, so it's basically that. It's decentralized, is what the blockchain is.
I'd like to confirm to GRIFFINGALACTIC, the stream, that I am a perfectly legal connoisseur of most things.
Yeah, without missing a beat, you're like, oh, I get it.
Yeah, I download all my games legally. Yeah,
that Yoshi's story footage was from Switch Online, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just as broken. Yeah, no, that's what I liked about it, Femi. Like, I did understand that it was meaningless in the fact that it's just like people did it literally just to show how meaningless it was, not even that it actually did anything.
Yeah. Because that's the thing. Nobody owns the artwork. They own receipts or like certificates of authenticity that say they do, which is two different things. That is not what it is. Uh-oh. Okay. It's not what it is. Okay. I gotta find like a new... Let's get some Sonic Unleashed music on. What with 60 FPS things? Griffin is wrong. Do I not know what the blockchain is? I thought I had this shit locked down.
Big Chungus emote. Well, while Femi types out their essay on how you're wrong, which I always love when Femi does that, honestly. I don't know.
Femi always has, like, every time I try to explain something, Femi just, like, literally knows more. I don't know why I even try.
I mean, that's what makes Femi a good regular.
Oh, yeah.
You are nothing.
I am nothing.
What we can talk about in the meantime
is... stream
is...
key now.
Did you see, what was it? What was it called? It's the Warner Brothers Smash Brothers.
The Warner Brothers Smash Brothers? I know that there was like a Nickelodeon fighting game and the Warner Brothers thing. Is it Smash Bros?
Yeah, no, it's what was it called? Platform Fighter Warner Brothers. Multiverses. That was announced yesterday.
That's almost a metaverse.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking it was metaverse, but not. But yeah, they announced like a Warner Brothers like IPs Smash Brothers, and it's free to play, and it's got like Bugs Bunny and Steven Universe in it.
That does not sound like something that I would want to play.
No, I mean I think it's interesting. It's free to play, which
isn't promising.
Yeah, it's interesting. I hope it doesn't go wrong. It looks better than the Nickelodeon one, at least. Like, it has voices.
Did the Nickelodeon one not?
Yeah, the Nickelodeon one didn't come with voice acting. They didn't have the budget.
Oh.
They were gonna make it an update, was the last I heard.
I see.
Yeah, the lady from Game of Thrones can beat up Tom and Jerry.
Oh.
It's funny. I think that Warner Brothers game has a bigger pool of random characters, and I think that's why I'm interested in it, because it's not just like
one
Cartoon Network. Yeah. It's like they got like Batman in there.
I don't know. It's just like either of those pools of IPs I don't have any like particularly strong attachments to, so it's just not for me.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, I like Steven Universe is in there, like Adventure Time characters are in there. That's what I really care about. I want to see where it goes, because I was kind of let down by the Nickelodeon one a little bit. Okay, Femi responded.
Okay.
Blockchain tech is permissionless, trustless consensus, basically a specific system of doing decentralized database permissions. So what makes it different from decentralized tech we already have is just that you don't have permissions/credentials.
Yeah, it's like a... Okay. I think I get it. Because that's what they mean when they say, like, proof of trust, right? Or, like, when they mint the bitcoins on the blockchain. That's, like, what uses all the electricity.
Yeah, like, I get confused on how it specifically uses the electricity.
Well, maybe I'm gonna get this wrong, but my best understanding of it is that the bitcoins are quote-unquote mined, and the computers expend quote-unquote labor by solving, like, math problems, like really, really complex math problems. And there's, like, a system of scarcity built into it, so that in the same way a real-world value becomes harder and harder to find more of, the more of it you extract, the math problems will continue to get exponentially, well, not exponentially, but progressively harder in some sort of scale, the more of it that you mint.
But where do these math problems come from?
So at first, you just, like... If it's just, like, one guy on the computer, you know, it doesn't use that much electricity because the problems are still pretty simple. But because now that everybody's mining it, and there's, like, warehouses full of them, they need more electricity to solve harder problems to extract, like, the same amount. And it gets, like, rarer and rarer, so they need to, like, expend more labor to squeeze out more coin.
So, like, my experience with Bitcoin was actually very early on in its, well, probably relatively to what's going on now, was back in, like, I think 2013, 2014, someone showed me a Bitcoin miner and, like, explained to me how Bitcoin works a little bit. And I remember downloading it, and overnight I was like, all right, well, I don't understand what's going on, so I'll just leave this on and it'll mine Bitcoin or whatever, and I guess people like that. And it's like, I thought that was like kind of wacky, kind of cool, and then I thought about it as like, why did I do this?
Do you still have that wallet?
No. If I did, I'd be a rich man.
Yup. No, I was like in high school, and it was also around 2013, and I had like a classmate who like was really into cryptocurrency, like even back then. And I have no idea how that turned out for them, but I have to assume very, very well.
Yeah.
And like I was sitting down like at their fucking computer next to them, and they were there explaining it to me. Fuck, man. I had the chance to listen.
Exactly. That's what, like, you know what? I like to think of it as I'm on the moral high ground of not feeding into this stupid stuff to burn down the planet, instead of cursing myself because I don't have thousands of dollars.
Okay, Femi says, the math problems aren't complex, they're just very hard because it's brute force number guessing. So if you have 1x miners active, it'd be like guess a number 1 through 10. If you have 10,000 X miners active, it's like guess 1 in 10,000, or I don't know, 100,000.
So, okay, I see how it's wasteful because that's stuff that it's unrefined in the sense
it has
that
to make more guesses.
It's just guessing instead of actually trying to solve.
Well, it's trying to guess the right answer. So it takes more tries to get the right one. All this guessing uses electricity because it's just graphics cards doing repetitive guesses and checks non-stop, and the more electricity you use, the more you get.
Yeah, no, I knew that part where like it completely ruined like computer markets. All this Bitcoin stuff has made like huge amounts of strain on like chip shortage. It's made chip shortages and stuff for like everybody.
Yeah. Well, the chip shortages are because of COVID still, so they had to like
it was
shut a
like
lot of stuff
it was
down.
compounded.
Yeah. It definitely didn't help though. Like once the volume of whatever products are being made are out, they're definitely being like snapped up by people who just like want to fill a warehouse full of crypto shit.
It's like it was like a weird perfect storm of. They had like this crypto stuff starting really getting big a couple years ago, and like it was like all right, slowly snowballing, and then when COVID happened, when COVID happened, that was everybody like, all right, well I'm staying home now. I heard about this wacky online meme coin. I want some money. I'm gonna give this a go. I have nothing else to do with my life. And then everybody bought a graphics card at the same time, and the graphics card that I paid like $200 for like 3 years ago is now $600.
Oh jeez.
Very thankful I built my computer when I did.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
I hear that like Bitcoin miners are like having trouble even getting the parts because they're already taking everything there is as far as GPUs go, so they're like trying to build new methods of guessing that use different parts of computers so that they don't need to like rely on the GPU supply.
I'd appreciate that.
Well, they'd still be using up all the GPUs, they just want more parts on top of that because they've extracted, in terms of the physical resources of graphics cards, all there is to take.
I already mined all the GPUs. They're wasting the planet. Oh, they're wasting the planet in like 6 different ways at once, aren't they? Jesus.
Yeah. It's like a huge environmental mess at like so many different turns.
I understand now how like that is actually just stupidly bad for the environment. It's not just one facet, that's why. Okay. Alright, semiconductor supply chain issue that's been building up for years. Yeah, like I know a lot of things snowballing into this shortage that it popped. There was a yeah.
Yeah, the way I understand it is that like modern supply chains are like very lean. So if any like link in the chain breaks, it's a lot more like disastrous than it would be like say several years ago when you've got like more manufacturers involved. But because the vast majority of manufacturing is like from one or two places, any like struggle in capacity like cascades down from like, oh, okay, well we get this part from this guy and they get their parts from that guy and they get their parts from that guy, so on so on. And if everybody like is constrained, then it like just expands. So that even if like crypto like stopped, like there's so many other things that like need chips that aren't going to be able to get them because of just like the supply and demand situation.
Probably. No, not mine, Danya.
Or as usual, what Femi said, long story short.
Oh, you see, this is why you should have
A fact checker?
on-screen chat. Just for Femi though.
I mean, for Galaxy Gallery, it is 4x3 now because of the iPad, so there definitely is like the room for it, I guess. But
Well, actually, you know, an on-screen chat for specifically Galaxy Gallery probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
I don't know how I feel about it.
More specific, like, I understand your reservations about it. I think, specifically with your community, I don't think it'd be as much of a problem because you interact with your chat a lot more, and sometimes I feel like that gets lost in the VODs.
Yeah, I mean, I read like 90% of what shows up because I'm able to like keep pace with it. But I don't know, I just think of the idea of like an on-screen chat and just like the idea of like a little bot showing up like, want more followers? And like that's immortalized on YouTube. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's why you have I think there's plugins to root that stuff out and be able to delete stuff.
I don't know. But it's like you have like a video, right? So you see it show up for a little bit and then it goes away. It's just weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's the internet. Bots are everywhere. I was actually catching up on a Sonic Heroes VOD, and there was a bot that showed up that it still showed up in the VOD, so I deleted that.
That rules. You know what I wish was still a thing?
What?
Sorry, you go first?
I was gonna say, I might not have been there that night, but I am still moderating.
Yeah, this was like a couple years ago now, but Twitch used to have a feature where like if you were watching a VOD after the stream had ended, you could still send messages in chat as if it were real time, and then those messages would be added to the VOD. And then as a streamer, you would be able to like see all the new messages that people sent, and I happened to like doing that because they were like at a volume where I could just like go back and like, okay, let's maybe I asked a question that didn't get answered at the time, and then it retroactively gets added to the Twitch VOD. But they got rid of that for like a few years ago, and I kind of miss it.
Was it a few years ago? I thought it was actually this year.
It feels like it's been longer ago than that.
I mean, this entire year is like 4.
Supply chain issues description.
There you go. See, you get like 1 out of 3 right.
I knew all this Reddit was good for me. VOD messages were removed because they didn't bring much for most people and were a massive headache for mods.
That's fair. Like, I can imagine the bigger channels had a huge problem with it.
Yeah.
Like, it works for your kind of channel, like, really well. I personally enjoyed it too, but having to go back and moderate streams constantly instead of just while they were live, it's probably a huge pain. Sad.
I mean, at least followers only mode is an option. Hey, speaking of, can I see some Griffin suspicions in chat? I moved some things around. Is that available for you guys now?
I did try to do it earlier, and it was still locked.
It was still
locked.
But
that could be because I haven't refreshed the page.
Oh. Is there a save button on this page?
Oh, yeah, see, Femi did it.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, boy. I feel bad. People are gonna, like, start busting that out on me. Usually that's... Because that was, like, a $25 emote, and I just get it because I have the channel, I could use that against other people, but now, like, it's like I'm being glared at by myself in the mirror.
Oh, Griffin, I'm actually very excited you did this. I've been wanting this to happen for a long time.
Oh boy.
I love this emote.
There were 3 times I wanted to use it earlier, and I couldn't. It sure would have come in handy during the fucking Hitler getting apple cut!
Oh, remind me to clip that one.
I won't.
Okay. Alright, that'll go into the channel highlight reel.
Oh, you can't make those, can you?
No. It's your YouTube channel.
Oh,
Unless
you mean
I
like the
have
channel
to.
trailers.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
I gotcha.
You should still make a new one. You've gotten a lot of good clips since.
I would like to eventually. And
I mean,
think,
now that you're getting this emote stuff out of the backlog, you know.
Oh yeah. Now that I have, I made a bunch of new highlights videos over the summer, and I think that goes like a long way in like focusing down like good collections of clips already, like that I've recently done.
You've done a lot of what you have been doing lately has had a lot of good content in it. Honestly, I feel like you've been sleeping on some clips.
On clips?
Yeah, like you don't clip stuff sometimes that I think you should.
Like what?
I wish I had a specific example.
I mean, I with Deltarune and Metroid Dread, I was occasionally going back and making some clips, but those games are like very hotly anticipated, so I wanted to like wait a month after release until posting them in the Discord, so that might be why you haven't been seeing them.
Well, I know the Metroid Dread I haven't seen any because I'm still only like 2/3 of the way through the game.
Oh,
but,
really?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to get back to it in a while.
Well, how are you liking it so far? Were you?
I love Metroid Dread. It's such a good game.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really interesting
dang.
how like people are coming at it from so many different angles, and it's working for everybody. Like newcomers, veterans, people who have like very specific opinions of Metroid. It's like, no, actually, this one's good.
No, it's fun to move.
Oh yeah, the movement feels amazing in that game.
It's
the
like just
animation, too.
existing. Feels great. I really hope you consider going back and playing more of the 2D Metroids now, for streams, now that you did play Dread.
Yeah, people have asked me to do a Super Metroid, I know, but I want to finish more of the Prime games before Prime 4.
Yeah, I would say probably get through Prime, because Prime 4 is coming out, but like at one point if you can work in... I don't know if you should start with Super, personally. I would do what Sam told me to do, and start with Zero Mission, and then work your way back to Super.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Because, I mean, Zero Mission is chronologically, the story-wise, the first game, but
Yeah,
also
it's a remake
very
of one,
friendly.
right?
Yeah.
I see.
It's, I would say Dread is kind of like a halfway in terms of control between Super and Zero Mission. So you would already be, like, familiar with both sides.
Right.
But yeah, no, Dread, really good game. I am loving it so far, and I am just disappointed I haven't had a chance to play it as much.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know what you think of the ending.
God, I want to get to that ending so bad because people are hyping it up.
Mm-hmm.
The only game that I really have been playing lately is Mario Party, but we already talked about that one. Oh God, I don't know why you have your reservations about it.
Because I already spent $80 on a Mario Party, and I know that there's a bunch of amazing games coming out there's a bunch of amazing games coming out in 2022, and I would, if I had to choose between like, oh man, do I want to spend $80 on Mario Party, do I want to spend $80 on 3D Kirby? I'll wait for 3D Kirby.
Alright, you know what? You can't use that example against me, you know what I'm gonna say!
Yep.
You're cheating!
Because I'm right! I'm not cheating, I'm right!
It's a Kirby!
Yep.
It's not fair. When are you gonna stream your next Kirby game?
In 2022, in spring.
Oh, it's implying that Kirby 64 doesn't come out first on the Nintendo Switch.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. If it comes out, if it hits Virtual Console close enough to the release of 3D Kirby, I will just do 3D Kirby instead, and then Kirby.
I would honestly, I would double up on it.
You would
double up on the Kirby.
I don't know. I don't want to like spoil my appetite at the wrong time.
I would say Kirby 64 itself in the series is a lot different than all the other Kirby games, and Forgotten Lands is also going to be a lot different than Kirby games. So I feel like you honestly wouldn't feel a burnout unless it was specifically for the Kirby aesthetic.
Yeah, I just want to like feel like it's been a long time coming back to Kirby in general. Just like
Okay.
refresh myself, you know.
Yeah, alright, I understand that. I really want you to play Kirby 64.
It'll happen!
It's such a good game.
Listen,
It's such a good game.
they haven't added a single wave of games yet to N64 Online. The chain of releases that they showed, the games that I'm looking forward to, Paper Mario 64, Kirby, and Banjo, are all very late in that chain.
I know.
We're gonna
I
get like
hope it's all at
Majora's
once.
Mask
I really
in like
do.
mid 2022, and then it'll be another year, and then it'll be Kirby.
I've been waiting so long. I've been telling you to play Kirby 64 since you started streaming.
Yeah.
That and Paper Mario. Honestly, of the two, I would like you to play Kirby 64 because the like 3D aspect of it I feel like you would like. But Paper Mario, I am more interested to see what you say about it.
Me too, honestly. I have very
love
bizarre opinions on Paper Mario, so I have no idea how that's gonna sit with me.
I mean, honestly, I apparently also have very bizarre opinions about Paper Mario, where I think the first one is better than Thousand Year Door, but I will get stabbed in the streets if I say that out loud to most people.
Griffin, can
Jackie.
I ask you to play a game? Oh yeah, sure. I mean, people are plenty welcome to be like, oh yeah, Griffin, I'd like to see you play this. But you know,
What
if
game?
it's a joke, I probably won't.
Okay, I mean... Pac-Man World 3?
No.
One of these days you'll do it.
Probably.
No.
Well, I mean, if you really don't want me to do it that badly, then I guess I have no choice but to listen to you.
For you to do is watch the intro. I don't care if you play the game. That's all I ever wanted. He's just a funny man.
I can agree with this.
Oh yeah, I was actually about to talk about that right after. They announced Pac-Man Museum Plus today.
What is Pac-Man Museum Plus? I haven't heard of this.
Are you familiar with the original Pac-Man Museum?
Not. I think Tim Rogers likes it. Maybe.
Well, it's basically just like a celebration of all like the history of Pac-Man, and like it had this cool like virtual museum.
Okay.
So I walked through, and it had some of the Pac-Man games. But the thing about the new one is that they actually took that aspect out, I believe, a little bit. But it's basically just a collection of Pac-Man games.
Okay.
It's like a bunch of the retro arcade ones, and it has Pac-Man for like more modern ones. It has Pac-Man Championship Edition and
I
Pac-Man
think Championship
256.
Edition is the one Tim Rogers likes.
I love Champion Edition. I think it's like DX Plus or something. I think it's a really good continuation of what made the original Pac-Man addicting. It only took them how many years to figure out a good sequel to Pac-Man?
Yeah.
But it has like all those weird ones like Super Pac-Man where like you get big and eat fruit. Like the ones you'd find on like the Plug and Play in the Walmart.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, it has all those in there, and then it's got like a couple interesting ones like Pack and Roll.
Pack and Roll.
Yeah, it's... I don't know much about it, honestly, even though I am the quote-unquote Pac-Man head. He's just a funny man. I love him. Yeah, and so it's basically a collection, so it was just kind of disappointing, like Arsene in chat was saying. There's no Pac-Man World games on there.
Oh, thank you for the sub, Arsene.
But that's also, there's no Miss Pac-Man on it.
Huh.
And a lot of people are theorizing because recently there has been a lot of legal issues with Miss Pac-Man.
Really?
Yeah, I forget what specific the name of the developer is, but there was it was Midway was involved, but it wasn't the people involved in the legal lawsuit. I think trying to claim the rights to Miss Pac-Man specifically.
I see.
Both the game and the character.
Oh shit.
So Miss Pac-Man.
Is
At
getting
Games, that's
divorced.
what it was. Thank you, Jackie. At Games has basically been trying to make their claim over Miss Pac-Man, so Namco themselves have kind of been a little iffy about completing any sort of project that includes Miss Pac-Man, as far as a lot of people are theorizing.
I see.
And sadly, that would include any sort of mention or re-release of Pac-Man World, as Miss Pac-Man is a character in all three.
Oh, huh.
So, you can't, why would they lease out the rights if they had to? I believe there's a private settlement and no one knows what the actual, settlement was. So, they don't know what the rights actually are like the whole minefield of navigating it, but assuming that they would have to get permission to use the rights to specifically Miss Pac-Man, they probably aren't going to go through the effort just for a re-release of an old game,
Right.
or a clone of the original Pac-Man. Even though Miss Pac-Man is technically better, honestly.
So I hear.
Let's be real. It's pink, dude. But yeah, no, it's kind of disappointing that, it's why would you ever go after the rights at that point? What benefit do you have of owning specifically Miss Pac-Man?
Well, you said it yourself. If it's the better Pac-Man, that's the one you want to have. Case closed.
Okay. But, what benefit do those people have of having the rights specifically? Oh, okay. It's the NFT argument. I'm the one who owns Miss Pac-Man.
Fucking Miss Pac-Man NFTs.
Let's go. I didn't know Miss Pac-Man got a standalone release in 2016. That's something
On
else
what?
then. Steam, apparently.
Oh.
That's just clear signs, that's a whole jumble mess at that point, which is sad. It's literally just a recolored Pac-Man with a bow, sure, but it feels like that's part of the whole identity of the Pac-Man series. It's you got Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man.
Yep. The Minnie Mouse charm, as it were.
Yeah. Well, less Disney.
I just mean as far as character with bow.
But there's so many better characters with bows.
Can you name some?
I was gonna ask you.
Characters that have bows. Corn in a maid dress has a lot of bows. This is pretty good.
You know what's
character.
messed up?
What?
That's also what I thought of.
Oh, I feel bad for poisoning you!
It's partly because I'm on your stream right now, probably, but
You have a sickness and I gave it to you!
It's fine. Corn has bows.
Alright.
Do you think Corn is genuinely better than this Pac-Man?
Of course I do! It's not even a question!
Would you play a Corn arcade game?
Yeah. I
What would a Corn
literally
arcade
played
game be
the
like?
Corn mobile game.
Oh yeah, you did. That's...
And I have 1,000 orbs in it, which is a lot.
You couldn't tell me one way or another, honestly. Why would I ever touch Fire Emblem Heroes?
Because one day, maybe this year, maybe next, might be 10 years, but one day they're gonna get you. And you'll be sorry.
It's not like I don't like Fire Emblem.
Yeah, but you'll like it.
I think Mercedes is funny, and I think that's as far as I'll go.
See, thinking a character is funny and being like, I would actually like die for you. That's different.
I mean,
Mercedes would be that character who's like that Tumblr thing. It's like, I would die for you, Yoshi, and then Yoshi responds, "You will." That is 100% Mercedes core.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
Corin pilled.
When do you think they're gonna make a new Fire Emblem game? I was just thinking about that the other day because it's
I was
been a
thinking
while
about it the
since
other day
Three
too.
Houses.
I don't think it's far off. The 3DS had like 3 Fire Emblems, and they're done with Paper Mario, they're done with 3 Houses. Intelligent Systems is working on something, I just don't know what. Maybe we'll see in 2022.
I hope it's good. You think you'll be done with 3 Houses by the time it comes out?
I mean, I want to be done with 3 Houses by the end of the year. That's what I'm gonna try for. I was going to start it tonight until I got the email that told me that I had the new emote slots. Can we talk about 3 Houses? I mean, if you want. What about it do you want to say? It's fucked up how much better the Black Eagle's house is. This is the one thing that I've been a little like set back by, because I know a lot of people who dove straight into the Golden Deer and wound up kind of disappointed. And don't get me wrong, I'm disappointed that Claude isn't bi. And I'm disappointed by his facial hair. But yeah, people seem to say that like the Black Eagles is like the best story, and I'm over with that now. So I'm a little intimidated by the idea that it's gonna be downhill, but there's no way it can be bad as fucking Silver Snow.
I didn't even finish. Did I finish Silver Snow? There was some of those streams that I did miss and just never went back for. I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of just got burnt out.
Was it Silver Snow? No. It was the gay route that had like a really clutch ending. I think the only thing that happened in Silver Snow is I talked about the fucking furry hypnosis tapes during the final boss of that. But the actual gameplay itself was not very clutch.
Do you think you're good at
the
Fire Emblem?
characters TBH, but the fact that Black Eagles has 2 routes to do and is actually relevant is pretty good too. I don't know if I'd criticize any other routes for not doing that though, because I'm not looking forward to Fire Emblem 7 Houses. So I don't consider that personally a knock against the other campaigns.
I don't know. I feel like 3 Houses has stuff going for it, but at the same time, I feel like it misses the mark in a lot of bad ways.
Yeah. It definitely feels like one of those titles that needed more time. And it did get delayed, so clearly that just literally is the case, but I don't know, even more, maybe? It really does feel rough around the edges. And it's tough to say because I think a lot of Koei Tecmo games feel that way. Because you look at Paper Mario and that's like extraordinarily polished. So I just hope that they have like I don't know, more Origami King and less oranges.
Would you? I don't know what I was gonna ask. I think, because the last Fire Emblem game that I played personally was also, I believe, the only Fire Emblem game that I played, and it's Awakening. And
Right.
I didn't see anything rough around the edges in that game, but that was before, Koei Tecmo really.
Yeah, Koei Tecmo only came aboard with
They only did with 3 Houses, but people say Fates was a little rough around the edges too, don't they?
Fates was rough around the edges because its story and character writing is considered a step down, but the map design and the graphics are a huge step up. And
I mean-
sometimes even the music.
As far as I know, the graphics are pretty similar to the ones in Awakening.
It's
except for
certainly the
cutscenes.
same engine, but they were able to squeeze more out of the hardware. The
Okay.
transitions to battle are just like there's no loading screen. It's just like an instant transition, at least on new Nintendo 3DS, because they take advantage of that. And the characters have feet.
Oh yeah, I forgot the characters didn't have feet in Awakening.
Yeah, well, they found the horsepower. They dug down and
They found the feet.
resolve. Yeah, they found the feet. They lost them. They found them. They fell off, but they got
Oh.
better.
Anything from Koei that isn't Neo is rough around the edges. Yeah.
A lot of games feel very rushed in general. I don't know if it's recent or just more common now. I think it's because tighter turnovers are taking over for most game production companies. Probably because it makes the most money. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
This is, a really interesting observation that I, heard a while back that, like... Remember when, like, every game used to have, like, a multiplayer mode, like, full of extra shit? And how that's just, like, never a thing anymore? It's because... In the time it took, let's say the average time is 2 years. It's not, but let's say it's 2 years to make a game. Maybe like 18 months of that are working on the single player stuff, and then 6 months is like polishing and adding extra shit. Now it takes the full 24 months to make the single player stuff because so much more is expected from games, and there's no time for extra stuff, basically.
Yeah, they do the polishing after the game goes gold, and then
Oh, wow,
release a
that's
patch, just like what Pokemon just did.
Did Pokemon release a patch?
Yeah, there was a pre-release patch that went out that added like the intro and stuff that wasn't on the cartridge.
Weird.
It launched from a black screen to the title screen.
I do recall hearing that it didn't have an intro, and I was kind of let down, but they do have one?
They have an intro. They had an intro for release. They just didn't have it for pre-release.
Okay. So, like, the title screen is like the classic one?
As far as I'm aware, yes. I actually have not done much research on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Oh, yeah, neither have I. I'm checked out on those remakes. I'm not getting them.
I'm vaguely interested if I have extra money at one point. I never played that generation. I've only played Moon, so... Well, Moon Age Sword.
Literally just play the originals.
Maybe. But then I would just pirate them. I literally just said earlier this stream I don't steal games.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, because they're not going to release the DS original. These are, in their opinion, in their eyes, the new official version, which sucks, but, you know.
I mean, Elden Ring is not extra money. Elden Ring is Elden Ring budget.
See, the thing is that it's coming out so close to Arceus, and I'm actually, like... I'm not 100% let down by that yet. I think it has potential, and I'm curious. Closer to release, maybe there will be more information. I'll have made up my mind by then, but if I had to choose between the two, I would definitely go for Arceus.
Yeah, I mean, Arceus is probably more your speed than Elden Ring would be.
Oh, I was talking about that versus Diamond and Pearl.
Oh. Oh, yeah, of course. That's a new game. Not a remake.
Yeah, Femi, do I look like I have PS5 money? Do I look like I live in a place that stocks PS5s?
I wonder if they have PS5s right here yet.
Am I seeing
Excuse me?
things, or did the Twitch smiling emoji just fucking blink?
Excuse me?
it's-
Is this gonna be like that elf thing?
Oh my god, the vibrating elf!
I'm literally I stopped drawing to stare at this emote.
Is it actually blinking?
No.
I had to stop too.
Like, I swear to God, it's gonna do the same thing where I look back and it actually does blink, though.
Well, the reason you probably didn't notice it at first with the elf thing is because you have to mouse over it for it to start animating.
It's looking on my phone.
Oh. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm terrified of the internet now, man.
Twitch
got these
smile blinking
NFTs
is a
and
cognito
stuff.
hazard. There's definitely a lot of, like, dumb shit that's, like, accelerated in a very short amount of time, and it is very disheartening.
only come for you once you know it exists. I do not see, therefore I do not hear, and do not die. Still trying to figure out how to draw Bowser.
I'm sure he's got like a song like Mario does.
You think so?
No.
Okay.
Maybe Super Mario Logan made one, but you know that's gonna come with its own territory.
Slurs?
Slurs is on the low end of Mario Logan. Like that's tame compared to what those videos actually contain.
You've talked about that a lot.
Indeed, I have.
What was I was gonna say? I was just thinking actually because I'm trying to kind of sketch out how to draw Bowser in the first place. Back to Mario Party. Because that game includes all this fun, like the stickers. Do you know about the stickers?
Yeah, I've seen my friends screen share them playing the game, and it looks like
Okay.
fun. I don't think it's a bad game. I just don't think it's.
I was thinking
I have the money for it
specifically.
right now.
Specifically because it's all that like good like 2D Mario art.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm thinking of right now whenever I'm trying to attempt to draw Bowser.
that's a Kotabe, right? Who did that art?
I believe so, yes.
What size iPad is that? This is the 12.9-inch M1. You know what? Let's jump into a new emote, actually. Because those are remakes of existing ones. For this third one, let's like do something new here. Oh yeah, and I think if there happened to be any series that wound up getting like a highlights video out of them, like they deserve an emote. I think N is definitely like one of the biggest like stream meme developments over the past year or so that deserves to stay.
Yeah, I think End Thinking is a good one.
I really wanted to get started on Black 2 White 2 pretty soon. But like I'm saying, I don't know where I am on the fence on what side of that I am with Arceus yet, so if that happens, I want to like leave room in the schedule for that, just in case.
Honestly, yeah, if Arceus doesn't pan out, I would just ignore both and do Black 2 White 2.
Yup. I want to get into digital art, but I can't decide between the 11-inch and 12.9. Okay, well, I decided to pick the 12.9-inch because I thought I was going to be using it for Sidecar a lot. This was before I discovered Procreate, and then, like, never used Sidecar again. Procreate doesn't have a particularly, like dense user interface, so a lot more of the percentage of the screen is like canvas, as opposed to, you know, having a really big sidebar over here and a really big top bar up here. It really gives you a lot of room to just have the whole canvas. So I don't think 11 is necessarily a bad choice. However, I will say that the only the 12.9-inch one has the mini LED screen. The 11-inch is just a regular LCD, and I've really liked the mini LED screen. What's Sidecar again? Is that the split screen? Sidecar is where if you connect it to a Mac, you can use the iPad as a Cintiq with your Mac drawing apps, like Photoshop and Flash. Thing is, it fucking sucks in Photoshop and Flash. Like, okay, if I draw, like, if I zoom out and I put like a dot here and I put a dot here, okay? These are gonna be targets for where I put my fingers. I'm gonna put my thumb on the bottom one, gonna put my index finger on the top one, and when I pan my fingers and I pinch and zoom and I rotate, those dots constantly stay under where my fingers are. The scrolling and the movement is exactly 1-to-1. However, the scrolling in Photoshop does not behave like that at all. It's so erratic and unresponsive and like jumpy. It's like I draw slower as a result of it. So it's just smoother to do it this way. Which is why I do things like swallow the layer limits that Procreate has with the RAM, even though Photoshop on desktop would give me unlimited layers, because that's like the trade-off that I've found is worth it for me, at least. Yeah, it's Adobe, say no more. Thanks for the help. Do you find that the 12.9 inch can be too heavy, a bit awkward to carry around? I mean, I carry it around the house, I guess. I haven't really taken it out with me, except for like when I dog sat for a couple of weeks. So it depends like where you need to be taking it to. Because it can be heavy. It's definitely not for one-handed use. It's definitely something that you would want to put on a table or use on your lap. Right now, I'm using one of those cases that's like this, and then it has like a little folding origami thing behind it. And I use that as like a nice little stand. So I definitely want to factor this into the price whenever recommending stuff like that. And of course, the little pencil is extra too. You got to factor both of those into the price, which can. When you're buying for the bigger iPad, I mean the pencil is compatible with like every model, but the cases do get more expensive the bigger the size you're buying for. I think it's like an extra $50 between case stuff. I would want to draw away from my desk as well as on my desk. I draw in bed quite a bit too. I'll like prop it up on my knees a lot, and that can be kind of cozy too, but long term in terms of posture that might not be ideal, so I hesitate to recommend that use. I mean, you know what? I can try this right now. I can just like kind of rest it on my arm and see if I'm fatigued at all. So I'm like lifting it above my desk right now. This is on my arm. And we'll see how long it takes for me to just be like, ow, I want to put this down. Do you use the iPad solely for drawing or other stuff like Netflix, etc.? Sometimes, I guess. I think the last like big thing that I binged solely on my iPad was Better Call Saul. And even though Season 5 is done, and has been done for like a year, Season 5 is still not on Netflix, so I had to stop at 4. And I don't even know if that show is HDR, but the you can definitely see like the dimming zones and stuff doing their magic with the display. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to have like an HDR display on the go. I know Apple TV shows look great on this display because they are 4K HDR, and it doesn't force you into like a separate subscription tier to access that picture quality like Netflix does. So I'd say it's good in that respect. It's certainly not a bad movie watching device, especially with that folio case. I think I got the folio case for the purpose of drawing stuff with it. But if you just want to like prop it up and set it down and have it like pointing to you to just like put something on and watch it, yeah, it's great for that purpose too. I was meaning to get one of the new minis since I have the funds for it. Mainly just for reading things, though. Oh, Jackie, do you know about the jelly scroll on that? The iPad mini has like I think it has an OLED, that one. And, the screen updates from, like, side to side rather than from, like, top to bottom. So, I don't know if you're, like, a stickler for displays, but... Yeah, the jelly scroll. I will do another corner doodle. So, usually a screen, whenever the pixels on it update, it goes from like top to bottom, right, in lines. But the iPad, the display driver is like on this side, so it updates from right to left. So if you're like scrolling up and down, you'll see like an image, like, and you're scrolling, you'll see it update on one side first, and then like go across from it. It's like a very like imperceptible thing, but I know people have been cranky about that because that hasn't happened on previous iPads. and they feel kind of ripped off by it. That's kind of the new gate that there is to that product. What is it saying? The bows!
That's my first attempt at drawing Bowser.
I'll show the bows. It's his the bows. That could be a good
doing
emote.
some tests.
Oh! How dare you ruin my family vacation!
It just looks so lost.
Better Call Saul Season 5 won't be on Netflix until Season 6 is close to or starts airing, if I recall correctly. It's how a lot of Netflix deals work. Damn. Well, it is a good-ass show. No matter what device you have, I recommend watching it. It's like rolling Shedder, but for screens. Does that make more sense? I don't know. Whenever I'm looking at like HD, well, not HD necessarily. Whenever I'm looking at like good display analyses, the guy I always rely on is a great little channel name of HD TV Test. When the Pro Display XDR came out, he fucking eviscerated that thing in his review, talking about like color balance and dimming zones and shit. And he's like really funny too. And he did a video on the Jelly Scroll with the iPad that demonstrates that as well. If you're still having some difficulty understanding what that is in displays. I understand it less, actually. Oh, you know what? I didn't colorize the lines like I did on this Klonoa thing. I gotta go back to Sonic. Little freak.
I'm looking through. It was actually I've been doing research on how to draw Bowser. It was Shigehisha Nakaue, I believe is how to pronounce it, is the one that actually has been doing the new 2D Mario art since 2007.
Oh yeah, I don't think Kotabe has actually been doing Mario art for a very long time, but that is who it, like that's where the art style comes from. Who it's based on.
Yeah. So to bounce off that, what Boo design do you like more, the new one or the original one?
Fuck, that's rough. I like the Mario Sunshine one.
Mario Sunshine one?
Yeah, remember in Hotel Delfino?
Yeah.
They're like sleepy.
I do like that one. That one's a good one. But I was more just meaning between these two.
Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, between like Yoshi's Island versus Modern, or Paper Mario.
It's not just Yoshi's...
Yeah,
Yoshi's Island in Paper Mario did the same thing where it has like a little bit of an outer protruding lip. And I like that better.
Yeah. I think they have their own charm.
I don't know.
I don't have any preference.
I like the new Boo teeth, but I think the lip specifically is a lot more charming.
The lip is fun. I wish these could coexist, honestly. I think it makes the Paper Mario one stand out a lot more.
Yeah. I also wish they could coexist. Or at least, maybe even merge the two designs, because the Boo's eyes and teeth work a lot better in the newer version. Wait a minute, I'm an artist. I can make them.
You can.
Right,
There's a channel talking
so.
about iPad stuff, and they have random Funko Pops in every thumbnail. That's every fucking tech YouTuber.
I hate Funko Pop.
You've come to the right place, my friend. You know what I'll tell you, though? This is something that I've observed recently, and that is, you ever see fucking tech reviewers and custom Joy-Cons? Something's up with that. Every tech YouTuber I've ever seen who decides to get custom shells for their Joy-Con has the ugliest fucking shells I've ever seen in my life. Unimaginably bad. Just the worst combination of colors and gimmicky transparent shells. It's awful. I'm coming to this channel to listen to their opinions, and they're just showing their taste with this shit. You're gonna out yourself like this?
The trick is that it's actually a signal to show you that they have bad opinions.
Fucking poisonous frog moments. You think you hate them, imagine having to sell them for 2 fucking years.
Yeah, no, I sympathize with your cause.
didn't one of Jackie's workplaces have or currently has like a giant Funko? Oh god, I'm like getting ill at the thought of it. It has like a giant Funko Pop statue of a Pikachu in like the main room. It's really, really scary. Yeah, those colored lines really.
Oh.
My current one, yes. Oh. There we go. That's looking better, I think.
I'm actually this cop. I can't wait to actually have like something to show at the end of the stream, hopefully, by just drawing specifically a boo instead of what I was drawing before.
Alright, sure.
Because there was no way I was finishing what I was working on tonight. I literally just started it.
I've still been resting this on my arm, by the way, and I'm like already fatigued, so I am gonna put this down now. Whew.
Let's see, there you go.
I don't know how much heavier it is than compared to the 11-inch, though. I'm sure on the specs page they have like comparison of weight. It's a 7-foot tall Pikachu that weighs over 1,000 pounds.
Funko Pop looks like physical NFT art!
They
Oh
are!
my
It's like a
that's
template
perfectly
and everything!
correct.
And it's ugly?
I don't like thinking that that's just 100% true.
Why? It's not like you're insulted by it as a Funko Pop fan and that you're suddenly betrayed now. It is a thing that you don't like that is being compared with another thing that you don't like, and now you have a reason to insult it.
They made virtual Funko Pops! They poisoned us twice!
See, the thing is, the great thing is, the kind of person that loves cryptocurrency, I feel like is also the person that's like, ugh, Funko Pops are so nothing. And then maybe if you point that out, then finally they'll go away.
I want it to be over. I want the curse to be lifted.
Yup.
I want this land to be freed.
I think it is very much the opposite, my friend. I guess I always forget that there actually is an audience of people who does like Funko Pops. I just assume that everybody hates them.
It's funny because I honestly only ever hear about people hating them.
Well, yeah, because why would you hang out around somebody who does? You would leave.
It's true, you know, maybe I just keep good company. Griffin, how upset would you be if I sent you a Funko Pop?
Very.
Would you assume it's like a declaration of war?
Yes.
Understandable.
I wish I could.
I was drawing my boo on the same canvas I was working on my other thing, and I got scared that, you know, I now have like 3 drawings in one.
Hell yeah.
Alright. Now I have to draw a circle, that's intimidating.
Griffin
Griffin would have to pay import fees!
Yo, my import fees on the fucking Keaton mouse pads like slaughtered me.
Oh god, I didn't even think of that. That must have been awful.
You know what? I think the import fees was like a separate thing that I got later. That might have been only $30. The shipping was what killed me. Like, it was as much as buying 50 of those was. If not more.
I think, like... I honestly don't think about the fact that you genuinely produced that. Like, that was a real product.
Yep. On sale now.
Is it? Oh, right. I was thinking for some reason that you took them off sale after Halloween, not that they were just on sale for Halloween.
They were discounted throughout October for Keaton's birthday and discounted in June for Keaton.
Yeah.
On sale now for full price.
Buy it.
Listen, I don't mind, like, selling them during a sale. At this point, I just want them gone, because there's so fucking many of them, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. So, no matter at what price I sell them at, I consider that a victory.
Have you considered making a roadside stall?
A roadside stall.
I think that'd be funny.
Like a lemonade stand for Keatons.
Yeah. And you can make that into a live stream.
No, that's like a Germa bit.
I don't think Germa likes Keaton.
No, but I mean, like, it's weird. I say Germa bit like he's the only person who ever has gone outside ever.
Yeah, like, I don't... Did Germa invent comedy? He's a funny man, but...
No, but he went outside.
Yeah, we're gamers. We don't go outside. I just insulted us both, I'm sorry. Not for the going outside.
You can insult me all you want. I just feel bad that you did it to yourself.
It's fine. At least I'm bringing myself down if I'm going to be mean to you.
This is inevitable to anybody who dares cross me.
Go to your local farmer's market, sell hand-picked titties.
Oh my god.
Like,
People are gonna, like, pick them up out of the basket, like, feel the shape of the boobies to make sure that it's not, like, a bad fruit.
What fruit would you put them next to?
Ooh. You know what? I was talking about how mandarin oranges are back and I've been eating a ton of them. I did take 2 to my room with me the other day, and I did put both of them. I positioned them just so exactly on Keaton's boobies.
Alright, so the mandarin oranges. Alright. But God. You want to talk about mandarin oranges?
Yes.
I love oranges, but, like, this time of year is always just a blessing.
Yep. Like, in terms of form factor, it just is the best fruit to eat.
Like, it literally is, like, fabricated to be perfect. It feels like.
It is a miracle that it exists at all. And they got the seedless ones. You don't even have to think. You just inhale it.
Yeah. No, like, literally, it's the perfect fruit for us.
Yup. Squeeze his
Who needs
pad.
break?
This isn't ripe. You're selling old produce. These are aged boobs.
Okay, but, Femi, I hate to be the person to do this, but it's literally my job to handle produce. Whenever it's old, it is ripe.
So, I did a good thing?
You're selling ripe fruit, it's old, but it's what's tastier. So there's like a middle ground of ripeness versus grossness. It can be overly ripe, and that's when you want to get rid of it.
I don't want to stretch.
I just stretched.
Oh, I want
I'm on the stream that applies to me too.
Oh, that feels good. Please don't do that to me again, though. I would like to
Yeah,
remain hunched.
I actually have to do these too. I feel obligated.
See, my back felt good while I was stretching just now, but then I leaned back and now I feel worse. So I don't know if that was actually a good thing.
It's because you're broken.
Yeah, I am.
Oh man, I don't have water near me. I drink all my liquids.
I have a full thing of water. It's not near me. I don't have, like...
Exactly.
I don't have, a room on my desk for my iPad and my MacBook and a cup at the same time. I can either have my MacBook and a cup, or a MacBook and an iPad. 'Cause, like, I have to move my mouse pad. It's, like, on my bed right now. I have to like move everything around whenever I want to like do a draw stream.
Have you thought about redoing your workspace?
This is my read on workspace.
That's disappointing.
I have a tiny desk. And a tiny room. Like, even if I did have a bigger desk, I don't know, like, where I would put it, right?
Yeah. It's just, for something like drawing, you need space.
Listen, I would love to have, like, a whole, like, office setup or something like that. Just, like, a really indulgent, really comfortable workspace that I would just, like, never need to leave. But this is, like, for an elementary school child to do their homework on. Both in chair and in desk. I don't know, it's just one of those things where I need to fucking move out.
Yeah. That comes with its own challenges.
Black and white. What is it? What am I thinking of? Route 10? Because I've still got the Sonic music going. We're not doing the Sonic art anymore. Yeah, baby.
Hey, you gotta switch it up.
Every time I come back to this, I forget that it has like that bossa nova beat.
Black and White had such a good soundtrack.
Yup.
The Office US setup. You a big fan of The Office, Griffin?
You know, I do want to get into this because I did finish watching Seinfeld, all 180 episodes. But I think that's going to be such a long and in-depth conversation, I kind of want to save it for Three Houses.
That's a good idea, because that's a 6-hour stream.
Yeah, it'll take that time just to talk about Seinfeld. And I was planning on including The Office in the conversation.
My opinion on The Office, because I will probably be there for the Three Houses stream, but I won't be in a call to talk to your viewers.
Sure.
It's okay.
You know, is it even on Canadian Netflix still? Because I heard it was going away, and that's definitely the case in the US, but it might still be available in Canada. I don't know.
Yeah, I was watching it when it was still on Netflix, and then I just stopped because I was like, it's alright.
I mean, I got to the end myself.
I didn't get to the end.
Really?
Yeah, just alright. But,
Just all
I have seen, can you believe it, one episode of Seinfeld.
Is this real? Peacock isn't in Canada, it's still on Canada Netflix. Okay, cool.
Nice. It's funny, the only episode of Seinfeld I have ever seen is the last episode.
Really? That's
Yeah.
amazing!
I don't know what possessed me, it was just like, it was like 4 in the morning and I woke up. It was honestly only just a couple of years ago that I saw it even.
Holy
It was just like, I have never watched anything from Seinfeld. And then, like, the show is on, it's 4 in the morning, I think I was, like, sick or something, you know how it is, like,
Yeah.
whenever you get up. And I was just like, what is going on?
I do want to talk about the finale. Like, that is regarded as a very controversial and contentious episode, and I get it now. And the response that you had is not at all unusual, is what I'll say for now. That said, I will absolutely recommend the rest of the show if you've never seen it, especially since it's all on Netflix now. It's like, I want you to watch it so bad. I need somebody to fucking talk about Seinfeld with her. We're gonna fucking explode. Jackie, you've seen zero? My god. Who are you people?
You've picked the wrong place for Seinfeld.
I'm rolling with the wrong crowd. Please ignore those spoilers of myself shoving my boobies in N's face. Other way, my face in N's boobies. I have no other place to get these colors from. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the spoilers.
Oh, is that a spoiler?
Who wants to know?
Never mind.
The comedy club scene was a very bold direction for the Seinfeld finale. I did. That is like the first thing that I did when I finished watching it, is that I did go back and watch the Kramer incident. And, boy, it is... There's no possible way you can frame what happened there as like a, oh, I just got upset and I had a heated gamer moment. It was an accident. Like, boy, he just starts and then he doesn't stop.
Oh, as someone who does not know what you're talking about, I'm terrified.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
Years after Seinfeld ended, the actor who plays Kramer, Michael Richards, at a stand-up show, responded to some people who were, like, heckling or talking during the show, and he called them the N-word a bunch, and then went on an unbelievably racist tirade about how people get so offended and you can't say it anymore. It's like, oh yeah, you're so offended? I'm gonna say it a whole bunch. And then he keeps saying it again and again and again and again for like minutes. And like everyone's like booing him and getting up and leaving, and that was the end of his career. Until we discovered during Sonic Heroes that he has a cameo in B-Movie.
No.
Yep, he has a cameo in B-Movie. We looked this up, we looked at the IMDb, we looked at the script, we saw the exact character that says the exact line.
Did you watch B-Movie?
Not on stream. I'm familiar with it.
I've never seen it.
Really?
Yep. I've consumed no Jerry Seinfeld.
Not actually the end of his career. I mean, his career is pretty much over after Seinfeld. Like, even in 2006, part of the heckling that people were doing at Kramer is like, you haven't been in shit since Seinfeld. Like calling him like a one-trick pony and stuff. I watched B-Movie in a stream with some friends years ago. Yeah, his career was basically already done. You know what I do want to get started on next up? I might do a couple of smaller shows to do next, because I still haven't done Squid Game. But I might
Squid
start
Game
on...
is good.
Everybody keeps telling me. But I want to start on Curb Your Enthusiasm too. But I think like a break in between would be good, because like, as from what I hear, Curb is like very, very concentrated Seinfeld cringe, and it's like it's too much for a lot of people.
Yeah, I've actually seen Curb Your Enthusiasm, by the way.
What? How much of it?
My dad loves that show, so I've pretty much seen all of it.
Really?
Yeah. That's why I think it's funnier. I've consumed no Jerry Seinfeld, but plenty of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Okay. Ooh, Curb Your Enthusiasm is good. It's actually slightly worse, too. Apparently people were heckling, and he blamed the black people in the audience and started his rant.
Oh my god.
He actually got more work after than before, if I recall correctly. Jeez. See, I just gotta take the time to... I almost opened up the NSW folder. I gotta take some time to just, like, peruse Michael Richards, like, his specific IMDb, see what he's been in. Because the B-Movie thing was a surprise, but I'm sure there are other, like, weird little things like, what? He was in that? That'll uncover along the way. Oh, wait a second. This could be bad. I need to get this Klonoa Scream, and I need to make sure that there's room to add a white stroke around the edges. He might be too close. That was too close. No, he's within the margins. We're safe.
God, I can't wait to color this Boo, and it's gonna take 2 seconds.
Oh, I'm jealous. A Boo emote would be cute. Michael Richards appears in Curb at one point.
That I did not know.
I mean, I've heard that there's like a bunch of cameos from like everybody in the Seinfeld cast, so it makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of cameos.
Isn't there like an arc in that show where like there's like a fake story about trying to do a Seinfeld reunion? Is that when he shows up?
I'm not sure if that's when he shows up, but I do remember that. It's honestly been a long time since I've seen a lot of it.
Well, there's a new season that like
Yeah,
either
they're watching
just
that.
started or is about to start. So.
It's in the middle of it.
Oh shit! Cool.
I think they're like 5 episodes.
Griffin, the original Cowboy Bebop is on Canadian Netflix still, if I recall correctly. Still? What do you mean still? Is it on the way out? I saw the new one on like the big banner, and I immediately gave that a thumbs down. But the animated one is already on the My List thing. But I'll probably do Squid Game first because I think that's shorter, right?
Griffin watch anime?
No, but Griffin do watch K-drama. Because they just added Parasite to at least Canadian Netflix, and I rewatched that. Still a fucking slammer. And
I haven't seen
totally, really. Well, hey, that one's worth a watch. Like,
All right.
that Best Picture award is like 100% worth it. It is a really fucking amazing film. But I watched that. I've been watching Dr. Brain, which is another K-drama on Apple TV. That's pretty interesting. And it also has one of the actors from Parasite in it, Lee Seung-kyun. So I feel like I'm just in a good mood to hit Squid Game finally.
Yeah, honestly, Korean drama kind of popping off lately.
Hot take: Squid Game was mid. I would like to make up my own mind. I want to know what all the buzz is about. Parasite is
Hey,
on
it's-
Netflix.
it's-
I think it's like a very recent addition. I like watched it just the other day.
I am kind of afraid that people are overhyping Squid Game.
I'll get back to you, I guess.
Yeah, get back on that one. I liked it a lot, but like people really like Squid Game.
Yeah, I do think it's weird how like people have made like a fandom out of it.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I can't think of too many like live action properties where people do like lots of art of the characters. Maybe Hannibal?
Has there been a lot of Squid Game art?
I've seen a lot of Squid Game art. People draw the people in the green tracksuits like little meow meows.
Like I'd expect like people to kind of like do like, oh, this is my OC in Squid Game.
Squid Game
Kind of art.
OCs?
No, like they have an OC and then they draw him in like the Squid Game tracksuit.
Oh. No, I've seen people just like drawing like the characters from the show. Oh hey, the bootleg Among Us kiosks at the mall I work out. They have Squid Game plushies now, and I see kids beg their parents to buy them all the fucking time.
That is not a kid's show.
Yup. Isn't Mr. Beast about to do like a big Squid Game thing where like we're gonna take a bunch of poor people and put them in a maze to compete for money?
I'm pretty sure that sounds like something Mr. Beast would do.
Yeah. There's been as much hype as there has been for Squid Game. I feel like whenever I hear about it, it's like a lot of people just missing the fucking point.
Yeah, it's like, oh, funny playground games. Not the whole commentary part of it. But you know, people miss the boat.
I mostly just use my Hulu to watch King of the Hill. That is not a bad choice, Jackie.
Actually, that is a great choice, Jackie. I will respect you forever.
Hey, here's a question. What is Mike Judge working on now? I haven't heard a thing about it after Silicon Valley.
I thought Mike Judge was honestly working on new stuff for King of the Hill, last I heard.
Is it coming back?
There was some talks about it coming back at one point.
Oh.
I would love for it to come back.
Yup.
King of the Hill? Honestly, a banger.
No idea after Silicon Valley. Huh. Griffin, have you watched Lupin yet? Not the third. I have not watched Lupin, not the third, but I did hear that there's something like Lupin, like part 3 of Lupin, which is not Lupin the third. It is the third part of Lupin. I heard that was coming soon, and the people like that, like the live action one, right? There's a live action Lupin on Netflix. I don't know. I don't think it's related. Is there a third Lupin that's not Lupin Part 3 and not Lupin the Third that you're speaking of?
Lupin 2.
Because if it's on Adult Swim, I have to assume that it's like animated, right? Mike Judge is working on 2 shows for HBO, but they both got shelved this year. Oh.
Oh, that's sad.
I want to know, HBO recently struck a deal with Nathan Fielder, like a year or 2 ago, to like produce stuff for them. I want to see what the fuck he makes. I know there was How To with John What's-His-Name, that turned out pretty good. I still want to see that. I would love to see whatever original thing Nathan has got in the works, though. Yeah, John Wilson, that's the one. How To with John Wilson. There's a new season of that coming soon, right? Or it's just around the corner? The Netflix show Lupin, affirmative. Okay. That's on Adult Swim? Why? That's like surprising to me. Does Adult Swim have like not animated stuff on it?
Yeah.
They announced Nathan's new show. It's called The Rehearsal. Where can I learn more about this? What's The Rehearsal about? Do we know? Is it gonna be like that one episode where he like is training an actress and he's like he's not convinced that she's saying the line "I love you" convincingly enough, so he's just like,
Again.
"I love you,
Again.
I love you,
Again.
I love you,
Again.
I love you," and it goes on like for like 2.5 minutes.
Oh my god, Jackie, King of the Hill is coming back to
And he's just like
Swim.
fucking
Let's
crying.
go.
King of the Hill is coming back to Adult Swim. Oh, cool.
I am so happy about that.
Yeah, that's major.
I've missed it ever since it left. But to get back to what you're saying, they do have like random live action stuff on Adult Swim sometimes. Like actually the favorite thing that Adult Swim does that I like is Joe Pera Talks With You.
Oh.
It's very much not Adult Swim in terms of comedy. It's just Joe Pera being wholesome and living a life.
I see. Well,
It's
yeah, Adult
fun.
Swim did Too Many Cooks as well, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, I've seen some of their live action stuff then.
it's very rare, but they do have. Yeah, Eric Andre is also adult.
Really? I thought Eric Andre was Comedy Central for some reason.
It's got that feel. What is Eric Andre even up to these days?
He did a movie recently on Netflix called Bad Trip. It's very Borat-esque in its format. I thought it was alright. That's about it. I laughed a
Okay.
couple of times. It's alright.
You got a chuckle out of you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Eric Andre's kind of hit and miss for me.
Oh,
That
yeah,
might be a hot take.
No, I don't think so. I think that's just like the nature of comedy that's that out there, is that you're not always gonna stick
Yeah.
the landing.
There's a lot of Eric Andre hits a lot of the gross factor
Yeah.
times, and I don't vibe with the gross factor stuff. Sadly.
Or maybe not so sadly.
Yeah, maybe not.
Let's see, which of these doesn't have a penis in it? This one. This one is safe.
Some may even say safe for work.
I am. Your skin tone, give it to me now. Is it good look? No, it's like not the right color. Oh, there we go. It's like transparent over there, but not over here. I think that's correct? I'm going to assume that it is. Oh no, I applied those changes. Oh, I hate that it does this. You can't, like... You see how the background is like a black grid right now?
Yeah.
In Photoshop, if you get rid of all the layers and you're just... Like, this is the background that it uses when you're looking at something transparent, right? And if you try to color pick, it'll merge it with whatever black thing is behind it. So if I color pick this pure green, it's pure green over here because it's totally opaque. If I go over here, you'll see that the green starts to, like, change color and then, like, start, like, mixing with the background as if I'm, like, got it on a white thing. And then I look at my selected color and it just is black now. See, if you have, like, a raw color, you just can't get the color value if it's only, like, a little bit transparent. So when I'm trying to, like, get stuff out of shit like this, it's really hard to find opaque zones of shading. Because otherwise I'll miss the color. I won't have it anymore.
Yeah, you won't get the
true value, and it just gets corrupted over time.
Sad.
Yeah, that's the thing that Photoshop does not do. It's so weird.
I don't know. I just start keeping like palettes off to the side and like on a hidden layer.
I have a few palettes here for characters that I draw more frequently. I think I have, let's see. I have Corrin, Keaton, and Amias, but I guess I draw N frequently enough to warrant storing a palette.
Yeah.
It's just, like, you can jump in and out of your projects really easily in this, and it'd be nice if I could, you know, have any utility in doing that.
Honestly, it's not really a point not to store a palette if it's just like on a project you do once, if you can just have it hidden on a layer.
I guess. It just
Unless
takes
if it's
time and work.
It's taking a color and putting a dot in the corner.
Not necessarily. Procreate is stupid sometimes. I disagree with a lot of its UI.
It's got utility, but its UI is a little rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm still having trouble with Clip Studio.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your trouble?
Granted, it's because I draw less than a lot of people. It's just something, because like I got so used to how Photoshop was structured.
Uh-huh. I thought it was quite similar, is it not?
It's pretty similar, but there's some stuff that's just feels like it's not there or different. It's weird. Like, a lot of layer effects and stuff feel like I have to go out of my way instead of just, like, simple layer effects that I just want to apply and mess with.
I see. That is one other thing with Procreate, is that it doesn't have, it has, I don't know what you call these, like, overlay styles, you know, normal, darker color, linear burn. These are feature for feature exactly the same as Photoshop. It does not have layer styles. So, once I'm finished with these emotes tonight, and I want to, like, add strokes to them, I'm gonna have to export them and put them, like, airdrop them to my computer, and then in Photoshop add strokes to them.
That's what I do, is on stuff like layer styles, like stroke and stuff like that, is I literally just take it to Photoshop to image edit at this point.
I don't know, it's just annoying, because this stuff is so close to being, like, a replacement for Photoshop.
Exactly.
Like, so frustratingly close.
Like, it has all the linear burn and stuff on Clip Studio, even, and I really like using that kind of stuff too. But like those layer styles, like you're saying, just feels like I have to go out of my way to find ways to do them in Clip Studio. So that's why I even think about Photoshop still.
There's no way Clip Studio doesn't have strokes for the kind of app that it is.
They do. It's just I don't know where it is.
Yeah. No, with
Just get used to
Procreate
it,
though, they'll do shit where like people will ask them to their face about features like, oh hey, can we have a gradient tool? Can we have strokes? Can we have, you know, this and that? And they'll literally just say, no, we don't want to.
I think that's funny. Good
Like,
enough.
that's not what we're about, you know? Like
We're not
it doesn't
about options.
match their vision. Like, okay, I guess I have to pay for both of these things now. Because the thing
So I
is,
know what I
if
said
Clip
earlier in the
Studio...
stream, but
Huh?
imagine paying for Photoshop.
I canceled my fucking Creative Cloud bundle that I was paying for. At least it is just Photoshop now.
Good. Photoshop, like, hate Adobe.
Yep. At least, you know, say what you will about Apple, of course, but their creative software is like goated. Like, I paid $300 for Final Cut Pro in 2013, 2012, and I have never had to make another payment for that editing software again, and I get updates forever. Like, it's not a subscription service for any of the pro software. It's so good. And same for Motion and for Compressor.
I mean, Clip Studio is also a one-time payment.
No, it's a subscription service on iPad.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's upsetting.
You can use
Why
it for...
would-
It's a weird plan, too. You can only use it for free for, like, a certain amount of hours per day, and then it's like, time's up. Do you want to pay, or just wait 24 hours to continue drawing? But then if you want to save it, that's a paid feature!
Screenshot it. Easy.
But then you don't have all your layers.
Ooh, you gotta make do. I don't know. That's strange. That's upsetting. Because I know Clip Studio has like paid brushes and stuff that you can buy.
Those are like a third-party marketplace, though, isn't it?
Mostly, but there is some stuff that is by them,
I see.
which I don't mind that. Like, it's a third-party marketplace, and they have their own like extra stuff. Like,
Yeah, it's
sure, you
it's
could
the
have it built
artists that are
in,
making
but-
the money. It's not a massive fucking corporation that's just forcing people to pay because they have the power to force people to do it by
Yeah.
the weight of being the industry standard or whatever.
Adobe sucks.
Yep. And especially, too, Adobe's gonna be doing NFTs now!
I'm not surprised in the slightest.
They're like, there was an interview that they did with, I think, The Verge a little while ago, and they said they wanted to make, like, they want to make making an NFT as easy as, like, exporting a GIF. And they are literally planning on adding in, like, a export as NFT button to, like, the file save menu.
How do they keep managing to find ways to be worse?
It's Adobe. They're very, very, creative. That's the creative part of the Creative Cloud. They're inventing new ways to fuck over the consumer.
See, that's the part of the cloud, is they're actually just raining on your parade. Haha.
That's good. That's just cloudy weather. You know what's really fucking stupid? Well, I would assume the thing that I just said, but what else, Femi? I don't know. I heard about that last month. Like, oh, we're gonna have this out by the end of the month. But I still don't see that NFT button in my Photoshop, so
Good.
I can feel good about that for a little while longer.
Adobe.
Yeah.
Got him.
I don't think I got... Did I do his eyes? I didn't. I did color pick it, though.
Still waiting for what's stupid.
I'm curious. Femi always comes in with like the paragraphs, though. I'm patient.
Yeah. I'm waiting patiently, but anticipation.
The end battle TikTok clock noises. I'm trying to figure out how to say it.
Okay, Femi, we understand. Everything is stupid.
It's also like, this is kind of the awesome part of being a chat member, is that you have the option to think before you speak, and don't get me wrong, not everybody exercises it, but there's like less pressure, I guess, to be saying
I know,
something.
I don't.
No, I need, the color that I need is for the like the black cap and the turtleneck. And I can't get it from this because there's boobs in there, and I can't get it from this anniversary because there's PP in there. I might be able to get it from this because I think I used the same palette between them, but it may run into the same problem as I was before with the background shit. Oh, and I saved it again. Oops. It's weird that there's not one, but two of my emotes are wearing like the same hat. Alright, let's see. A Photoshop minting as NFT option is basically just a platform integration, because all these quote-unquote decentralized systems are actually super centralized, but it's basically an option to do the equivalent of make a Facebook post, but directly from Photoshop instead of from Facebook. Like, why? Also, that Facebook posts costs $80 LMAO. Yeah, that is stupid.
I agree.
I feel like things are actually going in kind of the opposite direction of that these days. I think like everything used to have like Facebook and Twitter buttons like baked into like operating systems and like and apps and services and all that. You don't really like you don't really see that anymore. That feature. Like they've taken it out since.
Because people can post a link.
Yeah. All this shit makes me lose my mind. Fucking, it is so frustrating. It really is.
I mean, I had to literally learn about it on stream.
But yeah, just literally like how many different forces are like trying so hard to make this happen and to make it a thing, and nobody fucking wants it.
I hate people.
Yeah, people are fine. Corporations suck, but corporations are people. It's very important to respect their feelings.
I was about to say the same thing.
It's like so obviously investor and speculation driven. It has nothing to do with tech. But speculation is the history of the tech industry for the last 40 years, so I guess it tracks. This is like an off-white, right? It is.
I didn't even know Patreon got into the NFT thing.
They did what? It's pretty funny how Patreon and Discord pumped the brakes after the backlash. Oh, they were going to. I heard about the Discord shit, yeah.
Discord, yeah.
and they were quote-unquote pausing their plans but not canceling them.
Yeah, that
Because
doesn't bode well.
that's the thing, is that everybody's convinced that it's not like this dumb fucking gimmick. It's Web 3.0, and all of the internet is going to be like this. And it's not, but they're so convinced by this idea that this is so decidedly, definitively where everything is headed. And everybody wants to be first to this gold rush that does not exist. That, like, they're just making it happen anyways. I think what makes me cranky the most is Web 1.0 and Web 2.0. I actually am more familiar with those terms as like a graphic design term than like a web era term. If someone asked me like to visually distinguish Web 1.0 and 2.0, I could tell you, what does Web 3.0 even look like? I guess the fact that it's 3D, I guess now? That it's VR?
All about the virtual age.
I don't know. I want design paradigms. I want to know how to texture a button.
Funny Flash games.
Now we're talking. That's Web 4.0. Flash doesn't make a comeback until then.
See, screw NFTs. That's what you gotta come back to is Flash. That's where it's really gonna happen.
I don't know. I feel like if you tried to make Flash games a currency, they would use even more energy than an NFT would.
Do you think they'd be just as broken? I feel like it wouldn't feel like it's the same if it wasn't.
I think they would have the exact same sound compression. I'm very nostalgic for like this specific crusty filter that every piece of audio in Flash sounds like. It's a very specific like audio frequency that activates some sleeper cell in my brain. The Patreon thing was some crypto investor doing a podcast with the Patreon CEO who was really interested, and then Patreon posting animated clips from it on their Twitter and talking about getting in the NFT space. Why would... I'm trying to think of even the business model of what Patreon being the middleman of something like that would even look like. Because Patreon's service right now is like... I guess it's creators and selling things to customers in a way, but it's more like customers supporting creators and then getting stuff back. But I think if you introduced NFTs into that, wouldn't that like drive down the value? Which is not what Patreon wants. There would be benefits in it too for Patreon. I guess I fail to see them. This is why I'm not on the blockchain. I just don't have the guts for it. I don't have the smarts. I don't got what it takes.
You think Kramer from Seinfeld would be part of the blockchain?
100%! Jerry walks into his apartment. There's like... there's walls of graphics cards. He can't even get to the kitchen. Kramer, what is all this? I'm trying to eat a banana. Oh, Jerry, it's called an NFT. An NFT? And then, Elaine walks in. Newman's Funky Toys. Yeah, they're digital collectibles, Jerry. You see, I make them, and the people buy them. I'm not buying this. Get out of my apartment. But Jerry, I already blew out the generator in my apartment. I gotta use yours. Come on. Nope, you gotta take it outside. And then they hook it up to a car battery, and then the car explodes.
Should write Seinfeld.
There's a lot of like modern Seinfeld in the modern day, like fan fiction. Like people will just like write episodes with like modern smartphone problems.
I mean, honestly, I can see it happening. When did Seinfeld end? It was like, what?
1998. Or 99, maybe.
It's like, it's been long enough.
For a reboot? Would it be with new actors or the original cast?
Maybe the original. Oh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I didn't even get through that whole sentence.
1. Adding NFTs in any way to your business model on paper will increase your company's value without any actual implementation because all that is based on perception. 2. Every corporation wants to be a platform because as a platform you don't actually have to produce, you just maintain and collect. So NFTs are just a way to expand their platform by adding another marketplace to their existing customer base. It'd be nice to imagine that's the only reason that anybody's doing this is for the fucking... To trick shareholders and investors into, like, thinking that shit's more valuable than it really is. And then they just never actually implement anything. But then again, Twitter's giving NFTs hexagonal profile picture, so who the fuck knows? And then they eventually posted a follow-up like, hey there, no decisions around NFTs or Patreon are imminent and your feedback is valuable to us. I don't know if it's that valuable.
Yeah.
How do I funge my opinion? If I make my opinion... No, I want my opinion to be non-fungible. And then it would have value to them? Non-fungible takes.
So that's where your
This
takes
is where the
come
future
from.
is headed. Every internet opinion is now an NFT.
Would your takes have a lot of value as NFTs?
I would be personally responsible for crashing the market with my opinions. They're so volatile, they're so toxic, anybody who buys in gets burned.
It's the perfect plan. You're what we needed this entire time.
One is a trick, but the CEOs are also investors too, so they also buy into their own hype. 2 is actually profitable to be fair, assuming it's not something that would poison goodwill enough to affect the bottom line.
Well, you know, the thing about corporation.
That's the you gotta like silence brand them into actual silence.
Yeah.
You know, until the dislike button goes away. I've still got the dislike bar right now on this Pokemon Black and White thing. It's got 20 dislikes.
I can't believe they're doing that.
Oh my god, right? I can't even like imagine a future where that bar goes away. Like, it's already started to happen for some people. I'm clinging on to that thing for dear fucking life.
I'm gonna miss it so much.
I know. It's like, man, first it was annotations, and then it was community captions. When was the last time? You know, YouTube used to add new creator features that were actually helpful, like, at a constant rate. Oh, you can customize your channel, you can have banners, there's a video carousel above everything where you can look at more of the channel's content, and like, all the cool shit is gone, and it's like the lowest common denominator shit, and they're not introducing any new features anymore, they just keep taking shit away.
I think the last thing of any note that they introduced was, like, chapters or whatever.
Chapters? That was like 3 years ago, it must be.
Yeah.
Chapters are a good feature. I'll give them that.
I would give them that.
You going
They
through
took it
like, a
from Twitch,
10-hour
but,
Cyberpunk
yeah.
review? You're gonna need those, Jerry.
I'm so sad because the sketch layer on this Boo,
Uh-huh.
I did the eyes perfectly, and there's no way I'm gonna be able to do that again on the actual layer.
No. Boos do have like great eyes.
Yeah,
They've
no,
got a
it's-
good shape. I think that's like, that might be even above like Banjo-Kazooie eyes for me. Is just like little like vertical black ovals as like little dot pupils.
Yeah, I'm pretty partial to those two. As you can
I guess so,
probably tell
yeah.
from my art.
Well, your art is very Kirby inspired, so that all adds up. That checks out.
Yeah, it's literally a combination of the original Paper Mario, Kirby, and Yoshi's Island is my inspiration from games, at least.
Fuck yeah.
God, I can't wait for you to get to the original Paper Mario. It's got such a good art style.
Hey, I'm certainly just as eager. This is part of the reason why I want to finish Fire Emblem so badly, is that I already put that shit on a hold and then did an entire other Intelligent Systems RPG. I don't want to have to do that again.
I'll make you do it again if it comes down to it. I don't care. I will hold you hostage if Paper Mario comes out and you're still playing Fire Emblem.
I'll be plenty mad at myself, don't you worry. I really just want to like gun it. Like I need to just like stream nothing but Three Houses until it's done. Like it's gotta happen. It's gotta be over.
Yeah.
That was on for half an hour. And we're still doing N. I'm gonna do some more Zinyu for a little bit. Let's see. I'm almost done with this, at least with the N one.
You've got a lot of them done tonight.
I might do one more. Maybe Yoshi Lull even. That might be like my big
There you
finale.
go.
I've come this far. I've learned so much, and this is my final challenge.
You have to give him the magic he deserves.
Yeah, I gotta make like a nice shaded Yoshi. That's gonna look good though. I can already like picture like the bulbous nose and be like a perfect circle.
Exactly, I was just thinking too.
Oh yeah, that hat shine looks good. Why? Why did I use just white for so long?
Yeah, I'm surprised you did.
I mean, this is like mostly grayscale with like a hint of warmth in it, but still.
Even that makes a difference.
Yeah. It's like just barely imperceptible, but it's... But, you know, perceptible. Man, this game had great music. I can't wait to, like, return.
Experience
to
that, yeah.
Yeah. It's just very, very cozy and welcoming. You know,
It is a very
the
cozy
opposite
game.
of Persona.
Persona who?
Does Persona have dinosaurs in it? If not, I don't care.
It might. Oh. I look like I ever played a Persona game?
Do I look like...
Okay, but they have the cat from Persona 5 in Sonic Forces, so...
And in Monkey Ball.
Put any thought into Monkey Ball as a stream?
Of the remakes?
Yeah.
I mean, I already did too. I don't think that the originals are that badly aged where they even demanded a remake. I think for people who are looking to just play it on modern platforms, that's great. But Dolphin is like literally so good, I wouldn't.
There.
Which I guess is evidence of piracy leading to lost sales, but oh well. I already wasn't going to buy it, so it doesn't change anything to me. I think that if like I wasn't a streamer and I just wanted to have something where I could play it on for myself on modern hardware, then I would. Oh fuck! Where's my Switch? Tetris Effect is on sale right now. I meant to pick that up. They like discounted it. I got an email, but I didn't check by how much it was cut by.
Forgot that came to Switch.
Persona Q2 has a world that's entirely based off of Jurassic Park, so yes, there are dinosaurs. Fuck, I literally created these terms myself, and I've walked right into my own trap.
Alright, well,
Now I have to play
you
Persona.
heard them. Now you have to play Persona.
Q2 fucking blows too, from what I understand.
I don't know enough about Persona, honestly, to know anything about the Q games.
Q2 is the one on the 3DS that has the Persona 5 characters in it.
I think Q1 has the 4 characters.
I don't know. Probably.
The only Persona game that I've actually played is the fighting game for Persona 4.
Strikers?
Yes.
I see.
It wasn't
I think
bad.
this end mode is done. Nope, gotta color the liner, then we're done. We're almost there. PQ has P3 and P4 with 2 different stories.
I know, they really like Persona 5 at Atlas, of course. And then Persona 4 is like their backup Persona 5.
That's surprisingly a good way of putting it.
So, yeah. It's kind of sad, because from what I understand, Persona 4 is much better.
I've heard that Persona 4 is like still cringe, at least compared to like 1 through 3.
I mean, 3 I know is a little edgy, but I think that's probably what it's going for. I know, yeah, 4 I've heard is at least better than 5.
I see.
But that would be from current chat member Arsene, so. It had some pretty bad parts. Bad in what way? Like design or like?
The way Persona games are typically bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are like so many XYZ phobic storylines in those games. It's hard to keep track of like which one is shitty to which groups. Like they do it so often and so fast that it's hard to like keep up with all of them, all the controversies that series has. There's a character with a plotline that's kind of oof.
That's the one that had like the whole pronouns thing, right? I think there's a character that kind of like goes back and forth on like pronouns and gender. Persona 4 that doesn't end up well. Like it was almost there. It was almost a like good like take on it, and then it's just like it undoes it at the end. As far as I know, or I could be wrong.
I know there is a Persona game that has like a plot line with the trans character, but the player's objective is to untrans that character to fix them. It's like, wow, you did it! But I don't know if that's 4 or not. Because again, there's so many separate instances of this series being determined to shit on minorities. Okay, I need gray next. I've got gray.
Yeah, okay, it is what I'm thinking of.
Was it what I was thinking of, or am I thinking of someone else?
I think it might be the same thing. It's just we're both thinking of different aspects of it. Yeah, see, like, it's just, I know some people had a problem with it because there was, like, a line somewhere, I think, where it just seemed to, like, write off the... Yeah. It was later on, because it was, like, whole sexism. About, like, confidence and gender and stuff, which, like, you know, it's fine. And then it just kind of unwrote both of that and made more problems at the same time. Which, as far as I know, is kind of a lot of what happens in Persona 5, too. So it's like...
Persona
dang.
5 is just literally like bit characters. Though, I don't know if it has like any explicitly gay storylines that it like even pretends to spend a lot of time with. It'll just have like this really awful caricature of gay men that like paints them as like predators, and then they prey on one of the characters, and it's like a joke.
Yeah, no, I remember, because I think I showed you that scene. I think they removed that from the re-release, but that, you know.
They didn't. They rewrote the lines, but the scene is still there.
Okay. Cool. That's cool of them. So, okay.
It's about them forcing him to try out drag now. I see.
Setting.
Wow! Thanks, Atlas!
Yeah, like... one day, maybe they'll figure it out.
Atlas has gotten a lot better in recent years. Yeah, I hear that the guy who kept writing all this crazy shit into the Persona games, either he left or he got, like, fired or something like that, but he's not working on those games anymore. There's a situation where when a character is talking about how they don't like how they were born female, the correct dialogue is, "I'm glad you're a woman." Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Who does Persona think they are? Like, parents? Ooh, the line art here is gonna get weird. I think that makes sense. No, it doesn't. This is really bizarre, like, coloring the lines, but it's also, like, not the worst idea I've ever had. Like, it looks okay once I'm done, but the process of, like, just doing it is...
It looks a little...
Yeah. You have to, like, adjust the transparency and then it looks good.
Yeah.
Alright, I think that makes sense. You have to be, like, very careful on deciding with, like, what lines mean what shape. And when you have, like, lines for the eyes, like, overlapping the lines for the hair, that gets, like, really complicated. But I think this is, like, the only, like, human emote that I have, besides Griffin's Suspicion, which, even in its current form, is, like, the most readable emote of all time and always has been. So I don't think I've run into too many problems there.
You really knocked it out of the park with that one.
I knew what I was doing. Griffin knows best. Takes one to know one.
Takes a griffin to be a griffin.
Okay, so how did I do the Klonoa one? I might want to redo how I colored the lines on this because I used my color rules a little bit differently, but...
Yeah, that was you figuring out the process.
Yeah, the part of the hat goes over... That makes sense, that makes sense. And is that what I did here? Yes, it is. So that stays. And then need a little more gray for this hat line up here, and this should be the last one. And then we'll adjust the transparency. In fact, what if I do this? Oh, that looks good. That's a clean transition.
That looks good.
That's a good, like, takeover.
I'm really excited for that one.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this looks like with the transparency changes. Because, I don't know when these are going up, whenever the whole set is going to be finished, but this is like a brand new one, so I wouldn't mind making it available right now, since it'll just be like an extra thing to have.
Yeah.
It'll be like when Windows makes user interface updates, but then there's like little vestigial pieces of like Windows 98 that still look like Windows 98.
Yeah, no, it's funny.
Yep, this looks like it all makes sense. So I think the level that I was using, I'll check HogChamp for this, which looks more unhinged the more I look at it, was 35%. Yeah, when I look at this one from a distance, the tiny eyes are actually like a little bit scary. Let me just try like grouping this and then duplicating it and then flattening it. And just testing out what bigger eyes would look like. Because I'm sure I tried tiny eyes in the original HogChamp for like a more exaggerated expression. And I think I landed at the same conclusion I did then as I am now, that it just looks kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, even just like taller eyes, I think, make more sense. Like that's an improvement. I'll leave this at like 50% transparency so I can just have that reminder there. And then I'll set the opacity on this to 35%. Like, it really helps as far as, like, having not everything be the same black line color. It makes the eyelashes stand out a lot more, I think. Although, one more mistake here is that I drew under this eye, but not the other one. I think that's because I did one of those little face configuration things. Like, oh, well, this is how the whole curve is tilted. Because I didn't mean to draw that line, but I did it for once, and I have to do it for both. The good news is that it just makes it look like he has amazing lower eyelashes, which I'm more than fine with. Alright. I don't know if I'll make that available right away, because you still have to put the stroke on it, but that's looking good. With that, it is time for Yoshi Lull.
Comes the boy.
The miracle of miracles, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Yoshi Lull.
You getting like psyched up?
I am getting. I have to. It's such a dangerous job. It's like working on a fucking nuclear machine.
It's understandable. It's a lot of pressure. That's everyone's favorite emote. Don't screw it up.
Stop! You're doing it on purpose.
Alright. That was a little mean. But it was funny. I mean, it's not like it's gonna go away if you mess up drawing it right now. You still have the old one.
But I'd like to just get it right on the first time. I'm making a whole deal out of like doing it live. Yeah, if people like start observing that I make mistakes with this, then you'll have to inform me immediately. I think the good news about this one is that the Klonoa one I wanted a complete redraw. The HogChamp I wanted some slight tweaks on. But the Yoshi lol is like also right up there with just a line art that is already very crisp and readable.
Yeah, it's very readable.
So I won't have to make too many changes to it. So as long as I follow the script, we should be fine.
I'm gonna circle back to you saying you wanted to do it live and like messing up and stuff, and you act like that's the first time you've ever messed up something live on stream.
What's that supposed to mean?
Hey, Griffin, you mess up a lot of things in games.
Nope.
A lot. Okay. I will believe you. I didn't watch Sonic Heroes special stages.
Listen, that took time to get right, but my god. When I did get it, it was like the first few seconds I got it.
Did you ever figure out how those actually work, or did you just stumble through them?
The physics are literally nonsense, and there is no understanding them.
Oh, not the physics, like how the emeralds work in that game.
Oh, yeah, it's bullshit.
I told you like the first stream, and I don't think it like sunk in that it's per zone.
No, I know it's per zone, but you lied to me.
How did I lie to you?
Somebody put the idea in my head that I thought the way that it worked is that you had to get the emeralds like just cumulatively across all 4 of the stories. So even though there's only like the 7 zones, you're visiting them 4 times as each team. So you get, 7, 14, 21, 28 attempts at those emerald stages. So as long as you got 7 of those right, it would add up. But it doesn't. You have to get all 7 emeralds in one story.
Are you sure about that part? I'm not sure about that.
No, I checked. They do not transfer between teams.
Okay. No, they do.
What do you mean they do?
I'm as far as the first stream of Chaotix, and you have 2 emeralds from, one from Team Rose and one from Team Sonic, I believe.
Yeah, I have the emeralds, but I still had to go back and, get them.
Yeah, like, you just have you have to beat the second act of every zone with a key, and you have to get the emerald for that zone.
Yeah, but, Team Rose had, 4 emeralds, and Team Chaotix had 4 emeralds, but that didn't add up. I had to get the other 3 as Chaotix.
But you got other emeralds as other teams.
But those didn't count towards anything.
What do you mean?
I had to get all 7 as Chaotix.
You failed. I don't think you remembered. You failed every single special stage besides 1.
Did I? I thought I got
them.
Yes. On Team Rose, I failed some. I got them as Chaotix, though.
No, I haven't gotten that far. You thought you had 4 or 5 of them done by the time you got to Chaotix. No, you still only had 2.
As Team Rose?
Yes. You messed up every single special stage besides the first one you did as Team Rose.
I think that's really funny that I thought that I won.
Yeah, no, it's really funny. Because you kept doing the bonus one in Act 1 and winning.
Maybe that's why.
I think that's really funny now in actual retrospect is, I'm doing good.
My brain is
It's
literally isolating myself from the humiliation of the life that I actually lead.
It's a coping mechanism, it's fine. I'm not gonna lie to you, drawing this boo has been harder than I initially thought.
Isn't it a circle?
I'm not good at circles.
Procreate is good at circles.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you ever want to make a curve, you just press and hold, and then it just arcs it mathematically, and then you can adjust it.
Yeah, no, I see that. I'm jealous, but I'm going to be salty about it.
Yeah, well, you have layers. You have tools. You have a digital art application that's meant for digital art, not for fucking painting.
I like that you, instead of doubling down on saying like, yeah, mine's better, you're just like, this sucks.
There are specific nice features that I like. As a package, I hate not having like hard positions on like XYZ when I move shit around.
That is a little off.
The snapping is really bizarre. Symmetry tool kicks ass though. This is gonna be like the Yoshi Lol HD remake. Hopefully not like the Sonic Colors Ultimate of Yoshi Lol though.
But you can just make it. Is there like a gay filter on Twitch right now?
A
for
gay
rainbow?
filter to make emotes have rainbows?
Yeah. There is none. Sad.
There's not?
No. I guess only during Pride Month.
Yeah, that'd be a great one to just constantly have.
Like, look, I just like making things rainbow is fun. Just do it.
Yeah. I do still miss the original Corrin Pride and Keaton Pride emotes that are just the sprites from Fates, but the margins on those. Twitch's emote resolution is 112, 112, and when you scale up the Fire Emblem Fates menu sprites to be in that size, you have exactly 2 pixels of free space on all sides to just go around with, and then like add a rainbow and then add like a white outline, and that fucking slammed.
I mean, you could bring them back.
I could, but then I would have to make the actual artwork smaller, and there's a lot more detail going on. Which is, I guess there's more detail going on in, you know, the full body sprites, but I'm not an artist at Intelligence Systems who's capable of pulling a stun like that off.
I mean, you could bring those specific, like, body... Isn't there, You're talking about the emotes specifically for bits.
Oh, the bit emotes! That wouldn't be a bad idea. Or even follower emotes. But I think bit emotes can still be used off-channel. So I think I'd prefer that, because the follower emotes you can't use in the Discord either. I would have to add it as like a separate Discord emote. So you would need Nitro to use that? I don't know, it's weird. Because I don't make anything from Nitro. How is this fair to me?
You get an enjoyment of seeing gay Keaton.
See, here,
Discord
this is
are
what I'm saying,
furries, after
if
all.
I make gay Keaton on Twitch, then I already have it. I don't need Nitro to use Twitch emotes on Discord. That's the beauty of it. Because I don't pay for Twitch or for Discord, but I have the emotes because I own the channel. So, like, in any situation, in anybody I talk to, whether they watch the streams or not, those will be the only emotes that I use because they're the only ones that I have.
That's all you need.
Well, ideally, I'd like it to cover as much of a range as it possibly can. For sure. Oh, this is the reference layer. This feels too green, doesn't it? Something's off here. This doesn't feel like Apple Watch green to me, and yet it insists that it is. Maybe I'll tweak it accordingly. Yeah, just like a smidge darker. I'm doing surgery right now.
Me too. I'm piecing together this boo.
If you cut
Circles are hard.
if you cut one wrong body part, then there will be internal bleeding, and Yoshi will not survive.
I think he'd still survive out of spite.
No, he'd get carried out of the castle. This is what they do to him in there.
Oh, they cut him up?
Yeah. Yoshi innards go for very high prices on the black market.
Is it because they're fruit flavored?
Yep.
Ah, I see. Alright, I figured it out. There was one specific part of this that I didn't know how to... It was the perspective was off and I didn't know how to handle it.
Oh,
but
yeah, that can be tricky.
It was specifically with the mouth. Sadly, I'm gonna have to go back because I merged a layer I shouldn't have.
No. Hey, speaking of the rest of the industry can take a page from Yakuza 7, did you see that Fortnite was like asking people, they were like running polls, saying like, oh, what are you familiar with? And Yakuza Like a Dragon was on the list.
Oh, Fortnite's funny. Just... It's so chaotic what Epic Games does at this point.
It just keeps getting crazier.
You don't know what they'll do next. It's honestly kind of entertaining.
I just wish I could stop hearing about it.
So you heard about Naruto in Fortnite?
Yep. Saw a couple Fortnite dances. I saw enough.
You saw what you
I don't
needed.
know. It's like, I don't like when companies make things that they know are going to like be memes. It feels like cynical to me.
No, I could get that. I could totally get that. Feels like it's just... like you're supposed to be passionate about your work, not...
Well, it's not necessarily that. It's just like, I think a good meme is like born organically. I don't like the idea of like a bunch of fucking 30 and 40-year-olds being like, oh yeah, people are gonna make memes of this, and then that's the reason that they make it.
It's manufactured.
It's a corporate meme. It was fed to us.
People are eating tonight. What's your favorite corporate meme?
If we're talking a corporate meme, does it have to be like something that the corporation wanted to be funny and then it worked, or can it be like something that a corporation tried to do and then it fell flat on its face and then it became a meme because of that? Because I can think of a lot of those.
Okay, I want your answer for both.
The one that I can think of that was from a corporate... This is kind of a third category where it's like people latched onto it in its original context in like an ironic way. This is the first one that came to mind. Eat spicy goodness like a boss.
Oh my god.
Cause like that's made like a comeback. That's worked out.
It's stuck around, that's for sure.
This is frustrating.
You're getting frustrated at Yoshi now.
I'm getting frustrated trying to color pick Klonoa's tears because of the previous weird transparency shit that I mentioned.
You know, when I mentioned the corporate memes or what's your favorite corporate meme thing, two things came to mind, and one was, I haven't heard about Smug Wendy's in a while. Thank God.
Wendy's? Yeah, oh my god, good riddance. Holy shit. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah, no, that stuck around too long.
It kind of moved on to KFC for a little bit. People kept
A little
asking me
bit.
about the KFC gaming console. Like, I literally don't care.
I would have bought it.
You
Can make fried
still
chicken
can,
and
sure.
game.
It's
I think
stop. The fact that we're talking about it at all is them winning.
Yeah, you're right. All right.
That's the taste-
the second thing
That's
was
the taste of victory.
chicken. Now you're saying in an argument of corporations making memes specifically to be funny feels forceful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where is your opinion in terms of stuff like Sonic Twitter?
Sonic Twitter is honestly hit or miss. They've done some cringe shit.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think they
But-
try to make memes so much as like participate in memes that already exist, and then sometimes they participate in shitty memes without knowing that they're shitty. I think is where I take some issue with it.
Okay.
I don't think they really do that anymore, though. I feel like they've kind of eased off of it because they kind of know that like eventually the Silence brand was going to get turned on them.
Instead of them, being the ones silencing the brands, ironically. Yeah, and I guess, because, like, honestly, I will say the show with Sonic Boom itself kind of felt a little bit like it was trying to do that, and I think...
Oh my god, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. The clouds have parted. That's a good Yoshi snout. Like, it's so 3D. It's so bulbous now.
I'm waiting for it to show up on the stream now.
I haven't even added the shine to it yet. I'm gonna do the shine.
I'm so excited.
He's real.
He's real in here for you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Oh my god. That makes a huge difference.
This is actually kind of Yoshi music. This Zinyu shit.
Yeah, dinosaur.
Yup.
Easy.
I gotta escape into the dinosaur world. I have never felt more mocked now than I have ever before. This is going to make chat. This is too much power to put in their hands.
You didn't have to do this.
Yeah, sure I did. It's
They
a
were
good emote. I'm
satisfied
not gonna
with
get
what
rid
they
of it.
had.
If I made a fucking Griffin is so cool and is awesome, we love you emote, chat would find a way to like weaponize it and use it like ironically.
Easily.
There's no winning.
Unless you get to pick your poison, I guess, yeah. If you had to be laughed at by someone, at least it's someone you love.
Who said I love Yoshi?
You don't?
Oh, I can't stay mad at the little guy. I can't even pretend. Oh man. Little rascal.
He's just a little boy. Little lad. Yeah. How can you say no to that voice?
Well, the voice alone I could say no to. I can't resist doing it, but I will immediately admit that it is extremely annoying.
I think it's funny.
It's funny because of how over-the-top obnoxious it is, especially compared to, like, the real Yoshi, who is cute and wonderful. And he's just like, this Yoshi's a little fucking gremlin.
Yeah, that's why I think it's funny. He's a little gremlin.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about gremlins? They'll getcha.
They do get you. What would you do if they changed Yoshi's voice in the game?
To what?
That.
Is Yoshi in the Mario movie? Do we know who's voicing him?
You want to take a guess at who would voice Yoshi in the Mario movie?
Oh shit. I mean, dude, what celebrity? Yeah, that's a good question.
I can already tell you who it's going to actually be, but
Yoshi is going to be voiced by Nathan Fielder.
there you go. I like that. Yoshi would have minion noises.
No!
Yep. They
Yoshi's
gave,
not a minion.
They gave Toad a real voice, so Yoshi would have to take up that mantle.
Oh no, that's what they're going to do.
Yep.
There's like, even when Illumination makes a movie that's not like about minions, there's always like a minion equivalent. Like that's just a type of role that is filled by someone or other. Yoshi is like literally a better design than a minion though. So I guess if he did annoying shit, it literally just would be as bad as Mario World, which I clearly lived through and survived before. That is unless, because not even the fucking Mario World show did this. I think they're going to make a joke where, like, Yoshi's fart a lot. Like, they get together in big groups and they fart.
We'll walk out of that movie
And then
theater.
Chris Pratt is like, ugh, stinky. What, who did you eat for breakfast? And then Wario comes out.
I will walk out of a movie theater.
You wouldn't.
No, I would.
Did the Sonic
Just
movie
this
have
one
fart
time.
jokes? I think it might have had one.
I
don't know.
I don't know if it did.
I don't think it...
If it did, it honestly was not egregious. It definitely had the Fortnite dance funny meme part, but
Twice.
just to be expected. It's Sonic.
I mean, I heard that got leaked.
It did get leaked. It got leaked pretty early on, honestly. And that's fine. Just Fortnite dances, whatever. Sonic meme, haha. Sonic is a meme. He's gonna do memey things.
What if Yoshi did a Fortnite dance? You know that there's gonna be, like, at the end of the Mario movie, there's gonna be, like, a big dance party at the end. I think Chris Pratt as Mario is gonna say, like, huh, I got a feeling. And they go, I got a feeling.
How is the leak fake when Sonic literally Fortnite danced just like that?
Yeah, that's not a... He does do it.
They just happened to get it right?
The Mario movie is a cognito hazard.
Oh, the
Oh,
Sonic,
the Sonic
2 leak.
movie 2 leak.
I mean, we know Knuckles is in it. That's all I care about.
Yeah, it's Idris Elba.
I'm down.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm weirdly okay with that casting. Sometimes it just sounds right.
Like, they could have cast, like, someone stupid for Knuckles, like Chris Pratt. You know. God.
What's God? What did somebody
How
say?
is Sonic doing a better job at casting actors than Mario?
I don't know, because Miyamoto's in charge of it instead of actual Hollywood people. I mean, I don't even think he's a bad director, as far as, like, I like the Pikmin shorts. But I don't know. I feel like the scale of, like, a full hour-long feature-length production with voice acting is, like, requires different skills.
Yeah. I think Miyamoto is envisioning a big Hollywood, like, idea, and really wants to hit home on the Hollywood aspect, and this was his one chance to be like, yeah, Mario voiced by all these cool Hollywood actors.
I guess.
Like, honestly, I think he wants to be a little bit self-indulgent about it, and you know what? This man's probably earned it at this point. It's his Mario, he can do what he wants.
I don't know. It's a weird trajectory that Miyamoto's on. The last game he... Like, imagine if this is, like, just the end of his career as far as games goes, and he does Star Fox Zero and then never makes another game again and spends the rest of his life making commercials and theme parks and shit.
I'd believe it,
and
honestly.
then he dies.
Like, that was his, like, kind of like, alright, I think I'm done now moment.
I don't know. I'd like to see him, you know, get something right and then retire. Feels sad to leave it the way it is now.
I think maybe he's just tired. Maybe he doesn't want to make games anymore.
If he's tired, then retire, but he's still putting his energy and work into other things.
I mean, do you feel like Sakurai's ever gonna retire? He's just gonna do different random things instead.
He's talked about it a lot lately. He's stopped doing the Famitsu columns recently.
Good. Gives this man a break.
I am a little worried, though, that, like, he did talk about, like, you know, it's too soon to think about the next Smash Bros, he said, but if there is another one, he still will probably be the one to do it. And there was actually some interesting information that came out about that. There was some interesting information that came out about that because he said they actually previously already tried to have somebody besides Sakurai direct Smash, and it didn't work out, and they had to bring him back in.
Do you think that might be responsible for as long of a wait it was between Smash Brawl and 4? Because that was the longest period of time between Smash games.
That's true, but Nintendo was having a lot of growing pains with, like, every franchise as far as like, adjusting to developing HD games. Like, they weren't ready for that. That might be why Bandai Namco was brought on, because they have more talent in doing that for other consoles.
100%.
It's tough to nail down whether or not it was 4, because pretty much every Smash game they announce without Sakurai's blessing. And then Sakurai's like, what? You're not gonna bring me on? And they're like, okay, well, you can do it if you want. And then he does it! So that could be any Smash game that he's describing in that column.
Well, it wouldn't be the first one or Melee, obviously. I don't think it'd be Brawl.
Brawl was announced without him.
Brawl was announced without him, but it seemed more like they intended for him to do it anyway. Forget what the situation was specifically. They're like, of course, like, I think he goes on, like, Sakurai went and said that Iwata was like, of course you would do the Smash Brothers, right?
Yeah, right.
He says something along those lines, so it feels like, I think at that point, like, especially after Brawl, I feel like would be the right timing, because he did want to do Kid Icarus instead. So I think they just kind of let him do Kid Icarus first instead.
That's fair. I've said this before, but I really do want like a big break between the next Smash game and this one.
Yeah, no. I was thinking about it earlier when we were talking about all the DLC stuff. I think it's gotten oversaturated, and you don't, like, it's lost its appeal in the crossover aspect of all these games. And the gameplay, while very solid, can only go so far in terms of, like, replayability. And this is a game that has been out for, what, 3 years? And it still has a bustling community, and that's never gonna, like, die, but I think taking a long break and just letting this one sit for a long time would be the healthiest thing to do.
Oh, yeah. As far as Smash itself goes, I don't think the novelty has effectively wore off. Every single, like, in the periods before every single one of those Smash reveals, I was still just as excited to see a new character. No matter whoever it ended up being, I still had that same excitement. I just didn't like the choices that they made very often.
I don't know. I feel like a lot
when
of
they
people
got the good
just...
choices, you know, I was hooting my head off, just all the same.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, like, you just, like, if you look up reaction videos on YouTube, people are a lot more jaded to the idea of, like, a big reveal. Like, if they do another Smash game, I don't think they should have the reveals like that. I think they should, I think
if
2
they do
games
have
in a
to
row with, like, character-specific trailers is enough, and you can only do it
if they
so
do
far.
have to decide between, like, story cutscenes and like pre-rendered trailers, I would far rather like actual game content. Cause like in Smash 4, they put those character reveal trailers like in the game, and you could go and watch them. I don't think they're even in Smash Ultimate in any form aside from like the intro.
I don't think they are, yeah. Like, Ultimate is kind of like a halfway between, where at least like you have like a couple cutscenes for World of Light or whatever. But it's still missing those like big pieces that, you know, the internet, nothing ever goes away completely, but it just feels weird. It's not a part of the actual legacy.
Media
If that makes
conglomeration
sense.
has sort of been driven into the ground as a concept since Smash 64. Yeah, the fact that other, like, has nothing to do with video games concepts seem to be entering the scene, like, all at once recently. I think as far as the argument of oversaturation goes, maybe just, like, the concept people will get tired of.
Yeah. I just think, like, it already has, like, all the characters I think people would really enjoy having in. Like, people would still be excited for new characters, but, like, all the ones that, like, feel like they should absolutely belong are already kind of there. Like, Ultimate kind of got everyone.
Everyone is here.
Everyone is here.
Except Klonoa.
Like, as much as I would love Klonoa and you would love Klonoa, I don't think a lot of people are losing sleep over not having Klonoa, honestly.
I don't know. I like the Smash picks are like, huh? Who? And there were definitely a few of those in terms of some like Terry, a lot of people didn't know. Kaguya, a lot of people didn't know.
It feels like they kind of ran out of, like, those, like, should be here, but not a lot of people know picks, too. But, you know, maybe there's more I don't
picks
even know.
like Duck Hunt and Rob and Game & Watch and Wii Fit. I guess Piranha Plant was kind of the character, but I feel like that bit kind of got old a lot faster.
Yeah, because he wasn't a he should absolutely be here kind of thing. It's like, oh, that's funny. He's from Mario. We know him.
Naruto and Fortnite Pog. Yeah, that too.
That's a thing about Fortnite that is very much getting more and more apparent, is how much they want that metaverse look.
It's the metaverse. It's the metaverse.
Like, they want Naruto, Master Chief.
They tried to get Samus until Nintendo said no.
Like, I don't know. I think using the Metroid property would be cool, but, you know, maybe not for that.
Well, it's not that, like, they asked for the wrong character. I think Nintendo's hang-up with that was, like...
It's just they don't want any Nintendo property on other consoles,
Yep.
like, appearing.
Mm-hmm.
Because their offer was the same as Rocket League, where it just appears as a default
Right.
on other consoles, which I honestly don't think is a bad thing. Like, if they're going to be protective about their IPs, I think that's a better way to handle it
Right. It still works
than
out.
not including them at all. But clearly Epic Games didn't enjoy that idea.
It's kind of surprising, though, because usually Epic is, like, more than happy to, like, I don't know, punish its users and force them into the default skin for whatever fucking reason they deem fit. Guess you'll just have to buy another skin. How unfortunate on our behalf.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
They
some more
sure are
Yoshi
funny.
music. Let's open this fucking pit up. Yoshi athletic theme.
Let's go.
No, we're getting the 10-hour version.
So, you know, I was talking about earlier how I have hot take with Paper Mario that I like the first one better than Thousand Year Door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to have a hot take on Yoshi's Island real quick.
I'm gonna actually literally kill you.
It's not the same exactly. I will never say anything is better than the first Yoshi's Island game. That is literally the greatest game ever made as far as I'm concerned.
So you're not about to say that Yoshi's Story is a better game?
No.
Okay,
Yoshi's
that
Story
was
is
my
a
number one
fine
worry.
game. I think it's Yoshi's Story I think is very interesting mechanically. And I wish they would take another crack at that kind of layout.
Sure. After Crafted World, I'm ready for anything new.
I think people are too harsh on Yoshi's Island DS.
Nope, fuck you. I don't like it.
I think it's a fine game. It's a disappointing
it's a fine
follow-up
game,
to the greatest
but it's
game ever
not
made.
Yoshi's
but
Island.
I think of it as more just like a puzzle-based version of Yoshi's Island than a action kind of base.
I don't know.
I don't think that's a wrong direction, because a lot of Yoshi games these days are more puzzle-based.
The pacing isn't as actiony, but I don't know if I'd call them puzzly.
It's with like the switching of the babies and stuff. I would say it's like you go back and forth and you have to solve puzzles. It's like a puzzle platformer rather than an action platformer.
I don't know, but in Kirby you're like switching between different abilities, and I wouldn't necessarily call Kirby a puzzle platformer.
Well, the puzzles aren't mandatory in Kirby. That's the difference.
I guess.
You can do everything as normal Kirby.
Yeah, I guess. That's fair. It's like side rooms, yeah.
Now, if you want the good stuff, yeah. But yeah, that's my hot take on Yoshi games. I think Yoshi's Island DS is a fine game, and people are too hard on it. Like, I don't think it should be compared to New Island at all.
Oh no, I wouldn't make that comparison. New Island is in
It's-
a league of its own. Jeez.
Yeah, people do, and it's like, no, it's not that bad. It's just fine. It controls well. It's still the same exact control as the original, as far as I could tell.
I don't know. Weird era for Nintendo stuff.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know what's wild? I used to work in VR, and VR tech is so far away from being usable in the way Facebook seems to think it could be. Like, the metaverse shit is 10 years out at the very least. Because currently, for like half of people entering the metaverse will very quickly make them motion sick and fucking yak in their headset. And for spending extended periods of time in VR, it would be even worse. Like, this restructure as Meta is just the same as the Alphabet restructure for Google, where it's just a means to shift resources around business-wise and improve in valuation, since Facebook dropped below the $1 trillion evaluation. Hey, here's my question. So in the tech industry, there is an acronym called FANG, which is like describes working at like the big five: Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google. FANG. Now that Facebook is Meta, what is that acronym?
Bang. Don't even bother rearranging the letters.
I don't know. This is my biggest concern.
I'm glad that's your concern. It's a very important aspect of...
Yup. I know.
Wait, Google actually did that?
What, changed the name to Alphabet? I can answer this question for you. Is that your question?
Yes.
Kind of. Google is still called Google, but they have a parent company which is called Alphabet. So Google used to own stuff like Nest and Boston Dynamics, and those acquisitions were moved to be subsidiaries of Alphabet instead of Google. It's like an alphabet of products and brands and whatever.
So they basically just kicked Google down one rung on the ladder and turned what was there at Google to, yeah.
Yeah, that's that. Meta, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Alphabet. Mana. Yeah, I guess it's 3 A's in that case. But here's the question, is there like an Alphabet campus, right? How many people work for Alphabet? Does everybody or does nobody? Like, where is Alphabet HQ? I couldn't even tell you. But I know where the Google campus is.
I can't believe I spent this entire stream on one boo and not the thing I was even trying to work on.
Oh.
I think it's funny.
Oh yeah, we're past midnight now. Yeah. We'll wrap up on this Yoshi soon, Ben.
I'm wrapping up on this boo too, so...
Perfect.
I'm just coloring it.
I'm gonna redo the lines on that Klonoa thing while I'm here, though. With what I know now about the, how I'm going about this.
You know what's funny? I don't even care about Boo that much.
I guess.
Like, I know a lot of people really like Boo.
If you want to admit to it.
Like,
So
I just...
stop listening to Yoshi music.
It's weird, I just spent, like, this amount of time on just a random question I asked you. But again, that's basically all my art.
That's a good question. Moonlight Museum, let's go.
Moonlight Museum. God, what a good level. Terrible game.
The way it works is that Google renames to Alphabet, so all the Google stuff becomes Alphabet. Then a subsidiary or whatever is created called Google.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like they basically kicked the Google name down the ladder and then made everything that was Google into Alphabet.
So the Google stocks are now Alphabet stocks, but still Goog. The Google HQ is now Alphabet HQ, but still has the words Google. See, that's the part that was confusing me. Okay. This is such a fucking pedantic adjustment, and I can't not make it.
Nice.
Not nice.
No, that means you have tenacity, it's fine.
Tenacity.
You're very tenacious.
Tenacious is what you would call a fucking pest.
How about that? I think tenacious can be a good quality. Okay, so you know how you made a Yoshi, right?
Yeah.
Can you make it different colors?
That's what I was thinking for some of the different variants for the bit rewards. I was thinking of like a pink Yoshi that's pointing the other way.
Oh, you were actually... I was just, like, making a joke.
No, I thought of plenty of things. I mean...
I mean, like, it's not, like, a joke, like, why would you ever do that? It's, like, making more work for you.
Well, not... I just have to...
I actually would enjoy different color variations.
Yeah. I might also redo this at some point down the line. I don't know. Because when animated emotes come up, I mean, Yoshi Lull being animated would be fucking insane if I could stick the landing.
I would use it constantly.
Oh, Hogchamp could also be animated. Twitch does offer a couple of, like, default behaviors. Well, if you want this to just shake around a little bit, there's, like, a default template where you just give us a static image and we'll do it for you. So if I could probably make just Hogchamp shake without having to break it down into separate things, but Yoshi Lol has potential.
Like, pointing and laughing and, like, the crying, like, the little tears come off.
Oh, man, yeah, that could be good.
God. The stream dedicated to just that one emote is going to be great.
You think I should do more of these?
Well, when you go to actually animate Yoshi Lol, I'm just gonna assume it's gonna be its own stream. Why wouldn't it be?
I guess I'll see whenever I get a hold of the animated emotes.
Those were supposed to be coming out like not relatively far off, were they?
Yeah, by the end of 2021. And that is the case for these additional slots that I just got. But they're like rolling out bit by bit. So I think I still have these extra slots like slightly ahead of like when they should be available for everybody, because like just like groups of people are getting them like a little bit at a time. But I don't think they're like all the way out yet.
Nice. Gonna add a little shading.
What is fucking wrong with me that I chose to listen to Huponia by choice? Like, of my own volition?
I couldn't tell you.
This shit's fucked.
You're just sad now, huh?
Yeah. Everybody Klonoa knows is dead.
Again.
Now he's dead.
Well, that's what he wanted.
No, it's not.
He traveled some dreams. He's in your dreams. Oh, good night, Femi.
He's in my fucking nightmares. Good luck.
Why is he in your nightmares? You like Klonoa.
He's in my nightmares because I dream that he's not real.
That would mean he's not in the dream.
Not real things can be in dreams. In fact, they very frequently are.
No, like you're dreaming he doesn't exist, so he's not in the dream.
No, that means that if I dream that something's not real, then it means that that's still true.
Are you saying you're gonna have a Klonoa moment with Klonoa?
No,
himself,
no.
Where you
I'm saying
your dreams aren't real, so you're gonna wake up and Klonoa is not actually real.
no, he's already not real, and my dreams are a reminder of the reality that I live in. So therefore, he is really not real.
Okay, but how do you know about him in the first place?
Because he was real, and now he's not.
Okay, how was he quote unquote real?
Like he was a guy.
Well, he's a little dude. Alright.
Oh, I never shaded the... What the fuck? The color layer has like all the shit on the same layer. That won't fly.
I think I colored the color of the boo a little too dark. Oh no.
Oh, you've got time, my friend. You've got time.
Do I?
Yeah, I gotta redo the nose.
Okay, good. Just a slight bit too dark blue. See, could I get away with fill tool?
I don't see why not.
The brush I use does not play nice with fill tool.
Oh. Hold up, I need to look up a picture of Klonoa. I don't think he even has a pink nose. I think his nose is yellow. Yeah, it's yellow. No, that makes sense, because there's that fucking Klonoa plushie that has 2 noses, and that nose is yellow.
I like that's why you know the Clono.
Oh, there goes my folio.
Very basic shading on this, but it's fine.
It's a little orangerier than this, though. Yeah, a little more like that. It's like the same color as his like gloves almost. Yeah, that works. That's a good nose color.
I have no idea what I'm gonna even do with this boo after tonight.
Post it. I don't know.
I could. I feel like I don't really have a reason to.
Post all your art, dude.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No.
I have some pretty cursed art.
This is.
You
fair.
really think I should post Werehog at?
This is fair. You didn't have to say it out loud. I already knew what you were saying. You didn't have to.
Yeah, I know. I wanted it on record. It's still in the back.
I don't
of my
want
mind.
it on the record. Take it off.
You know, Unleash is a pretty old stream by this point, right?
Yeah,
He-
it's the beautiful reality in which there could be people who don't know, and they live a better life than I do, and I'm very jealous of them.
I mean, you could always restream Unleash at some point, can't you?
Maybe if I get an Xbox Series X and a stream that can handle stable frame rates. This is the thing about modern Sonic games, is that I like them plenty, but they're like the worst games for me to stream. Because they are like murder on the bitrate. The stuff that like causes frame rate drops through the capture card is like a lot of information per frame changing very rapidly, and because of that fast movement and all the motion blur, it has to process tons of new information every single frame, and that causes really harsh drops and really harsh tearing. Which is a shame, because those games look great even at 30, but when they stutter, they stand out a lot more than a lot of other games might.
So what you're saying is you never had this problem with Forces.
Forces doesn't have motion blur, but I think Forces still didn't look very good on stream.
Well, I mean, you don't go very fast in Forces.
What about Double Boost?
No, it's a little fast.
It's a little fast, uh-huh.
The gay energy is a little quicker.
Together
How do you
we
feel
can
about,
travel, we can grow.
Keaton and Sonic holding hands.
Oh my god, I forgot about the fucking Keaton character that I made.
Yeah.
That's funny. The little gamer hat, yeah.
You refused to make Persona, so...
I made one that looks like the fucking default bitch, and then I shipped him with Infinite, but that's about it.
When are they gonna make that a Sonic?
Hmm?
When are they gonna make the default for Sonic Forces a real character?
I think there is a character who effectively serves that function in the IDW comics.
I think.
It's like the one that wears like the mask. I was talking about how there was like that really emotionally raw panel. I just don't know their name.
Whisper.
I think there's something with Wisp. Yeah. That's their stand-in
It's actually
for that.
kind of a... It's a creative naming for...
Oh yeah, people really like that character.
Whisper and Tangle is the name of the other one that I think
Yes.
should honestly just be a part of the games. Like, both of them I think would fit in really well.
I heard they like added them to the mobile game recently, and people acted like it was like they crossed the line. Like, I get it, because the games and the comics like do not touch, and like comic characters have up until now like never shown up in any of the games, and it is weird, but I don't see myself getting angry about it.
Why would anyone ever get angry? It's like,
I don't know. Maybe they feel bitter because they never got a Princess Sally game.
that's 100% what it is. I mean, you know what? That's not even true.
Sonic
Saturday,
Spinball.
yeah, Spinball. They're in Spinball.
Wasn't there going to be like kind of an equivalent character in Extreme?
Sonic Extreme.
There was going to be some kind of female Sonic character in that game.
Yeah, there was gonna be a princess.
But it wasn't Sally?
Yeah.
I see. Okay, let's see here. I need to do the gold still, but I think after that these lines should be fixed up.
Yeah, I'm saving now.
Awesome. Let's see.
You know what? I did get one thing done on that drawing I was originally trying to make. So
Okay.
I drew a basic line.
On the Deltarune thing?
Not the Deltarune thing, the Bowser thing.
Oh, okay.
The Deltarune thing, sadly, is going to take another spot on the shelf after 3 years already.
Tragic. Alright, well I think these colored lines are looking a lot better too, now that they're a little more harmonious with the ones that I used for the existing shading.
Yeah.
And his nose is yellow, yay!
He's correct.
We got 4 new emotes done. Well, not
Nice.
4 new emotes. 3 remade and 1 new. So Corn and Keaton are going to be their own thing. I've been rethinking Linhart Nap for a while. I do like that we have a sleeping thingy, and maybe I'll change my mind once you revisit Three Houses, but I just don't feel like I talk about this dude very often anymore.
No, you kind of got over Linhart, and I honestly always felt like you were going to.
You
but-
always felt like I was going to?
Yes, I think I think on some of the streams I'm like, I don't know if Linhart would make a good emote. I know you really like him, but I just feel like it's...
If you can think of like
lot of Fire
a
Emblem.
better sleepy guy, be my guest, but...
I mean, I might have a bias, but a sleeping Kirby is nice.
Let's do Spagonia Knight. Yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one to wrap up with. Well, that was the Galaxy Gallery stream for tonight. Thank you very much for tuning in. Do you want to plug any of your stuff?
Usual Straxtos, Twitter, and YouTube, and Twitch eventually.
Hell yeah. Do you want to send me your art so I can show it?
I sent it in the art gallery.
Oh, it's in the art gallery. Gotcha. Okay. As for me, oh, this is awesome. You can follow me on Twitch or on YouTube. You can also subscribe to me here on Twitch if you particularly enjoyed the stream. It also gives you access to these emotes and hey, who knows what else more. You can also follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, Pillowfort, and Discord. There is a Discord server where there are all sorts of channels for you guys to hang out on, both on and off stream. And I guess a Patreon too, which I need to like restructure that little fucking script that I run because I always leave on Patreon. And now we're going to look at the art. I showed a lot of this like here and there over the course of it all, but I like to do it all at the end, so we'll do it here. This is the Twitch thing. That's Spark the Electric Jester. That's also Spark the Electric Jester. I'm gonna put that app on screen one more time. This is April's persona. I wasn't expecting to be scared of December. I was looking forward to December. It's gonna be a yaoi Christmas. I was gonna be like that one TikTok. I was like, wow, Christmas, just a week away. I'm so excited. Now I don't know so much. There's fucking. I'm getting rid of anime. It is the resemblance is uncanny, truly.
It's funny.
Here's this one again. This is April's. And then this is. There's that Bowser. And then this is the Boo that it's just finished. I really like how this came out. This is a cool combination of both of the designs. I feel like this would be like right at home in a Paper Mario for sure.
Yeah, no, I think definitely with some work, I would actually probably want to see if I could perfectly replicate the Paper Mario style with this kind of design. This was just kind of like a rough thing to do during the night.
Yeah, I mean, it really looks like it fits in though. Like, I feel like I'm gonna get bitten. In fact, the Boo and the Hogchamp are kind of like they're facing each other. They're like enemies. There we go. And then Klonoa screams like, "Dear God, what have you done?"
Night of the Werehog.
Hey, so I'm probably gonna ask this again at another time. I don't know how I feel about this Bonk emote, this Poppy Bro one. I think it's a viable candidate.
Now, do you remember the original context of why?
Yeah, because we were using the
have it?
hammer ability on each other and you were crouching.
Okay, but do you remember the original context of why it was voted to be an emote?
Because horny Bonk?
Yes.
I understand its function
I think-
and how it connects to the stream.
You don't have to do the Poppy Bro, because I agree, it might be kind of hard to have it visible anyway, but I think you need some sort of horny bonk.
You know what? Maybe this would be, depending on what the animated emote slot situation is going to be, this one would be a really good one to animate. Like, you'd have like a good
That would be
squash and
really
stretch.
Yeah. Alright, there you go.
Maybe. Because let's see. Sidon would take up a slot, Sonic would take up a slot, Yoshi would take up a slot, Cass might take up a slot. That would be 4 out of 5 potential. But I don't know what the unlock structure for those is, or if I'll ever reach it. We'll see.
Yeah, it would just be kind of like feel it out and see.
Yeah,
where
feel
is.
it out, feel it out. Do I feel like there needs to be sparklies there? Oh, there are sparklies. They're just very hard to see. Make it a little bit bigger. So yeah, I already did the art. I already did my outline. I'm probably just gonna continue to work on these on my own time over the next couple of days. And I think once these are live, I won't need to tell you guys twice. I think it'll be a pretty noticeable change. Whoa! Wrong layer, baby.
Careful with the wrong layers.
Yeah. These are really fun to do.
Yeah, they
there's,
came out
like-
great too.
There's still a thank you. There's still a lot that I haven't decided as far as like alternate variations that I could use for the Because let me check here. Let me swap back over to the Twitch page here. There is still some undecided things. There's more options for follower emotes if anybody has ideas for those. Both tier 2 and tier 3 are currently empty. I don't know which of these ultimate champ is going to occupy or if it's a bit tier. Because like this is gonna be like effectively like 6 alts that I have to think up. That's kind of scary. It's gonna be a lot. So I don't think this emote journey is over just yet. And of course, here's the thing. If I do decide to make Klonoa and Yoshi and Sonic animated emotes or whatever, that means that there will be new slots for just standard emotes. Like, I won't have taken up both. I'll just have moved them into other slots. So this is like actually kind of major to think about. I think it's cool though, because I think what's been really gratifying about streaming has been the journey to slowly working my way up to having this many slots available, and now I have like more than I know what to do with, which is fucking awesome. Like whenever I reached a new tier that unlocked a new slot, I mean, obviously I'm thankful that people donate enough for us to get there, and it helps. But the number one exciting thing is just getting the opportunity to make more of these, because it's a fun process and people like to use them, and that's really satisfying, you know, and it has a nice long longevity. great
Yeah,
use.
like, I know you had plans for, like, every time you got closer, like, I already know what I'm doing with this one.
Yeah. They're just,
So it's like,
even
it's-
just like,
it's-
theoretically, they're fun to think about.
Yeah. It's a good, fun, like, community effort almost, you know?
Yeah. It's just some good, clean fun. Well, with that's been me for tonight. So, I'll see you guys next time. And you have a good
Good
night.
night.
Good night. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.